Good afternoon, Council. I will call the meeting to order. Welcome to the February 14th, 2024 City Council Valentine's Day meeting. We acknowledge we're on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and home of the Métis Nation. Our city owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as those settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of council and city administrations may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing, and just remember video cameras, microphones off. When you go to speak, turn them both on. Thank you very much. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the list of registered delegations? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Moll. Any opposed? Carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the January 31st, 2024 meeting of City Council? Thank you, Councillor Moll, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, carried. One moment, please. We'll now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items included in it. The items included in this meeting's consent agenda are marked on the published agenda. At this meeting, it's CP 24-8, a communication from Jim Elliott of Regina, Saskatchewan, and CR 24-4, the Housing Incentive Policy 2024 updates. I'm going to ask if any member wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda for consideration and debate, and I'm going to tell you that I want to move to put it onto the regular agenda item. I wanted to follow up on a couple questions, and so therefore it'll be on the agenda under committee updates and the communication as well. Thank you. So items CP 24-8 and CR 24-4 are deemed to be removed from the consent agenda. They'll be considered by council in the order published in the agenda. We'll now consider bylaws that require a public hearing and public notice, and I'll ask Acting Deputy Mayor Moll to do the first reading of bylaw 2024-4, the Regina zoning bylaw, zoning amendment bylaw. Please go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaw number 2024-4 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the clerks to start the vote. Councillor Bresciani, can you vote online?
Yes, I did, Mayor Masters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there's some people missing. There's 9. There's 9. Yeah. Council members, we were just missing 2 on that vote, and so we're just going to re-record the vote. Did you want to speak to that?
I'm in favor.
Okay.
I wasn't signed in, so it didn't drop,
Thank
but
you,
I
Barry.
am in favor and signed in now.
Got it.
Thank you.
Do you want?
Yeah, let's just restart the vote. Yeah.
Okay, we're just going to restart the vote, so you're going to get your opportunity now.
Is Councillor Nelson here? Okay.
She sent her regrets. She sent her regrets.
Councillor Bresciani, we're just re-voting due to a technical difficulty, so if I can get you to enter your vote again.
Through you, Mayor Masters, first reading of the bylaw passes 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much to the clerk. Sorry about that little snafu. Due to this being a public notice bylaw, I will call upon the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of it.
As required by legislation, the following bylaw requires a public hearing. Bylaw number 2024-4, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2024 to amend the Regina Zoning Bylaw 2019 to support the provision of diverse housing options in all areas of the city by permitting additional dwelling units per lot, increasing permitted heights limited for mid and high density residential development, and eliminating minimum parking requirements for motor vehicles. Is there anyone in the gallery today wishing to address City Council on this proposed bylaw? There appears to be no one, Mayor.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Acting Deputy Mayor Morrell, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move seconded by Councilor LeBlanc that bylaw number 2024-4 be read a second time.
Thank you very much. Acting Deputy Mayor, does any member of council have any questions about the bylaw? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Oh, pardon me. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My understanding of the vote previously taken was that there would be some relationship between permitted building height and proximity to certain bus routes. Just want to clarify that and see where that is in the bylaw. I just didn't see it on a cursory review of that relationship between bus routes and permitted height.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Ms. Bryden?
Through you, Mayor Masters, thank you for that question. So that is, this particular bylaw is with respect to what we saw as more quick wins, if you will, to advance the Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives. The work that's upcoming will address, and in fact, I believe it's the next report that is scheduled for March that will address the bus stops and heights and proximity, etc.
Great.
So
Thank
that's
you.
still to come.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor LeBlanc. Does any other member of council have any questions? Seeing none. Clerks, can you start the vote? Councillor Bresciani? Got it. Never mind. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the second reading of the bylaw carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Deputy Mayor Morrell, can you please do consent for third reading?
I move seconded by Councilor Hawkins that council hereby consent to bylaw number 2024-4 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thanks very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Yeah.
Just finished saying it goes smoothly this time. Through you, Mayor Masters, consent for third reading is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Morrell, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
I move seconded by Councilor Mancinelli that bylaw number 2024-4 be read a third time.
Clerks, could you please start the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the third reading of the bylaw carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Council, could I get a motion to receive and file CP 24-8, communication on the housing incentive program? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, seconded by Councillor Hawkins. Thank you very much. Just one moment, Council. Councillor Bresciani, we are going to consider CR 24-4, the housing incentive policy now.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. So I will recuse myself for this report as I have a family member in the development. So thank you.
Thanks very much. All right. Any opposed to the receive and file in the communication? Seeing none, carried. Council will now consider CR 24-4, the housing incentive policy 2024 updates. Councillor Molken, Deputy Mayor, can we get an update from Executive Committee on this one?
Yeah, this report at Executive Committee was discussed in length, which is to approve the amendments to the City of Regina Housing Incentive Policy, otherwise known as HIP, as outlined in this report with several word changes. They basically all pertain to enhancing the policy. So the committee seeks concurrence.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion to receive and file the report on the floor? Oh, oh, sorry, I need a mover. Thanks. We're going to get this right, yeah. Can I get a mover on the report? Thank you, Councillor Stanczyk, a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Moll. Any questions from council besides me? Seeing none, happy to dive in. Ms. Bryden, I think this was your area that presented as well, right? Could you please, for the sake of the public, please speak to why these policy amendments or updates are coming forward at this time?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. So over the last number of years since this policy has been in place, it's undergone lots of change over the last few years. So in this particular case, these changes kind of are as a result of feedback from stakeholders and community and shifting changes in our Regina's housing needs. And I would defer to Ms. Pfeiffer if she has anything further to add.
Thanks. Through the mayor, I think Ms. Bryden has captured it. A lot of the amendments that are presented in the report reflect feedback that we've gotten from stakeholders in ways to support the city being the first partner at the table to support housing development projects or affordable housing development projects when they come forward, streamlining some of the reporting requirements to make it a little bit easier and more flexibility for affordable housing providers to house tenants, and then distributing some of the authorities in the policy to really streamline operations, to just make the program a little bit more efficient. Yeah, I would say that's kind of the bulk of the amendments that are being brought forward.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bryden, Ms. Pfeiffer, I think my question that I had following the executive committee, I'm in favor of the updates. What I'm not clear on is there a cap on the amount to be granted in totality? I know we have a cap on $1 per door, but if we're doing carry forward to come back and revisit projects to help with whatever. Is there a cap per project?
Thanks. Through you, Mayor Masters. So within the policy, any amount of money that we provide is on a per door basis. There are some parts of the policy that cap the amount that can be given per project. But again, it's based on that per door amount. There's no kind of flexibility in what the amount of money is outside of that. So, and then I'm not sure if you're asking specifically about the amount of money we can grant within a year, like from the project budget total or the program budget total. Up to this point, the amount of money that we've been able to allocate in any given year is $1.5 million. That's why we have some of that carryover from previous years. If we didn't allocate the full amount, the next year we weren't permitted to grant more money. So the flexibility that we're recommending in the policy is that if we have enough eligible projects in a year that would exceed that $1.5 million, that we would be able to allocate from the carry forward. But again, any of the requirements on the per door amounts, project maximums would still be in place regardless.
Thank you. Can you describe the adjudication project for how we're allocating funds?
Absolutely. So through you, Mayor Masters, the way that the policy is currently, we have 2 intake periods. The first being at the end of March, I believe. So any applications that are received before the end of March, every project has to fill out the project scorecard, and projects are evaluated. They have to meet the minimum eligibility criteria, and then projects that score highest are allocated funding first. We work through projects. If we use up, I believe we've allocated the first half of the annual funding within that first kind of intake period. If we allocate the full $750,000, it's allocated. If it's not, that money stays for the second round of evaluation, which is similar. We go through projects, they're all evaluated. I would say if a project isn't allocated funding in that first round, let's say we ran out of money, we couldn't fund every application that came in, they're included in the second one. We allocate the funding the same way. We prioritize projects based on how they're scored. And if any funding is left over after those 2 evaluation periods, as was the case this last year, we had a bit of extra funding that hadn't been allocated. We put it out to the development community, to our nonprofit housing providers, to say if anyone is interested in adjusting what they've applied for, you want to add more units, or you want to submit a project that you didn't think you were going to have, then we open that up until the money is allocated by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you for that answer. How do we know the program is effective? Is the measurement just, hey, we sent out $1.5 million, woohoo?
That's a good question. So through you, Mayor Masters, I think one of the ways that we evaluate if the program is effective is if we're allocating money, if projects are coming looking to provide affordable housing units and we're able to fund projects. Obviously, we made changes to the program last year to try and prioritize funding in certain areas of the city. So I would say another measure of whether or not the program is successful is if we're getting investments where we're trying to target them. And those would largely be the 2 biggest metrics, I would say. And then feedback from stakeholders. You know, if we're hearing from stakeholders that they're not applying to the program for certain reasons, that's an indication to us that the program is not successfully getting affordable housing units integrated into projects.
Thanks. I appreciate you bringing that up. So when there are applicants, do we report back at the end of like the mid-year when we've capped off the first intake? Do we report back to all applicants in terms of the allocations in totality? It's public information, that's why I'm asking. And so do we give that feedback loop in terms of this is how much was applied for and this is how much was granted?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's not something we typically do at the moment. I mean, we typically communicate with applicants whether they're successful or not in getting the funding. And if the full funding had been allocated and projects were not funded, we would let them know they're still in the funding pot for the second round. But we don't, at the moment, have a reporting out of this is who received money, or it's not receiving money, receiving a commitment of funding. We don't typically report that out at the moment.
But we do report it at year end, like when it comes in the year end review, correct? Like, sorry, into council, like it becomes public.
Yeah, any funding amounts or commitments that we make is public information. including like in public accounts, I believe, like that would come as far as payouts go, but those are included in the city's public accounts, funding that we have provided out. Commitments are a little different than actually providing the funds. You could make a commitment and the project changes and they don't move forward and the commitment is removed, but yeah.
But we do notify them that there's extra funding if they want to apply.
Absolutely.
Okay. There's a piece of it which is about the effectiveness of it, and I'll just use this scenario. If every dollar for affordable housing goes out into greenfield sites, is that success?
Through your master's, so I'll give two kind of thoughts on that. The first, I would say yes. The purpose of the program is to ensure that affordable housing is developed in all neighborhoods in the city. So as new neighborhoods are developing, it's important that affordable housing is integrated into those neighborhoods as well. So I would say yes, that is a measure of success that units are provided. Again, if we're interested in ensuring that more investment is going into one area than another, and I know we brought forward some changes last year to try and encourage that, if we're getting investment into those areas, that's a second measure of success. But I would say if we have structured the program to support affordable housing citywide affordable housing is a measure of success.
Okay. I don't mind that. My last question, I think, is do we connect the dots for folks in terms of the different programs that we have? And I guess more fundamentally, is this stackable with other incentives, property tax abatements, those types of things, grant money? Do we connect the dots in a really clear way to all the folks that have played in the business before and make it accessible online?
Through your master's, so the ways that we communicate that with folks, so the Planning and Development Services puts out a quarterly newsletter. We make sure that information about all those incentive programs is provided for folks in the development community, including people who may be newly subscribed to the newsletter, so they stay up to date when the application intake periods are, where to find more information on eligibility. I would also, strongly just want to give a kudos to our staff that do the customer relations on these programs, that they are always ensuring that customers are aware of other programs, connecting them with people who are administering those programs, offering to meet in person with multiple staff who administer different incentive programs so that every applicant knows what they are eligible for.
Okay, I'm good with that, and I sort of fibbed because I know I have a follow-up. Do we regularly ask our stakeholders if the programs that we're providing are meeting their needs?
Through you, Mayor Masters, for the incentive programs that our teams manage, they are regularly taking feedback on calls. So that's more of like an informal way of getting feedback on the programs. And then when we're bringing forward changes like that, there's formal consultation with those stakeholders as well to see where the program is working and where it's not. And I would say that the recommendations that you're seeing today are a reflection of both of those. Ongoing feedback that we hear when they're applying for a program and there's a frustration, as well as during those more formal consultations.
All right. You have answered my questions. Yeah, any other member of council have questions? There you go. Councilor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciated the question the mayor brought as well as the answer about success in this program throughout the city, not just in one area. Looking back on the goals of council and the city as a whole for densification within existing neighborhoods, especially in the center of the city. The cost of greenfield is much less than repurposing brownfield land. Are the matrix in the report and the programs already introduced for the center of the city strong enough to overcome the greenfield advantage? Do you believe? I hope I phrased that okay. It was a little bit deep.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think it's a little bit of a complex question to answer, if I'm really honest. I think there's many things that make it more challenging to build in an infill context than in greenfield. And I think we discussed this at our report last year, and we've discussed it a number of times since then. There's kind of layers for the city to be addressing to make it more attractive or more feasible to build in infill sites. Part of that comes down to costs of developing. I think we've heard from our HBA that sometimes the costs or the complexity of developing in a built context makes it just inherently a bit more expensive. The attractiveness of particular areas for developing, the uncertainty when it comes to development approvals. That's obviously work that we're advancing through the Housing Accelerator Fund, that we're taking those barriers away to say it's easier to build in these areas from a certainty perspective. And then I think at that point, that's when we would be able to really be able to hone in on whether the incentives are, hitting the right amount or the right way. A just big discussion we had at council last year when we were bringing forward changes is that the housing incentives program, the incentives are not sufficient in their amounts to make a new project come online. We find that they are sufficient to have units that are already going to be developed be offered at an affordable rate. But I don't think that, even a $40,000 per door incentive is sufficient to really incent a project to start. There's so many more development costs that come with that. But I think the one thing that our changes that we're proposing at the moment would help with any project, including infill projects, is that if the city is the first funding partner for an affordable housing project, it makes it much easier for those developers to then access federal funding and provincial funding, which is the bulk of what they get. The city's funding portion is pretty small in comparison to what those other orders of government can provide.
Okay. I'm really happy to put this forward, and you can't have perfection right out of the gate ever. I guess if there's ever tuning of this policy, I think it would be worth having some type of a ratio and ratchet mechanism, a ratio of greenfield to brownfield to be recognized and measured, and then maybe a holdback and a ratchet mechanism recognizing that brownfield is more expensive and harder to implement, and trying to achieve that finally, maybe through a setup like that. The matrix is quite impressive for how the decision's made and well thought out. And just thinking maybe in the future, as you guys are discussing and analyzing, I think that would be worth a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Constantine. Thank you to administration. Seeing no further question, I myself will close off the debate and ask clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 8-0 with Councillor Bresciani temporarily away from the meeting.
We'll now consider item CR 24-5, the semi-annual review of closed executive committee items. Deputy Mayor Mole, can I get you to introduce this report?
Yeah, CR 24-5 pertains to the semi-annual review of the closed executive committee items, and the committee seeks concurrence.
Thanks very much. Can I get a motion from council to receive and file? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Seconded by Councillor Mancinelli. Thank you very much. Does anybody wish to speak to any of the items on the report? Seeing none? I'm assuming nobody wants to close off debate. I'll call the question of the clerks.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Council, we're moving on to motion 24-1. I would like to call upon delegation Elaine Amon, Jeffrey Gamble. Good afternoon. As you approach, when you sit down, I'm going to ask that you please introduce yourself in the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, and they may have some questions for you afterwards. Welcome.
My name is Elaine Eamon. I'm the past president of Nature Regina, and I am a member of the Bird Friendly City.
My name is Sorry, Bird Friendly City team, yes. We're not acting like a team at this moment, but we are a team. My name is Jeffrey Gamble. I am Vice President of Nature Regina and also a member of the Bird Friendly City team.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so we're speaking today in favor of this motion, MN 24-1, Bird Friendly City and World Migratory Bird Day. So as everyone knows, we were declared a Bird Friendly City on March the 10th, 2022, and we've been working hard for the last 2 years to maintain that certification, that designation. And so there's, what we're here today is talk about the ways that the city can support us. So we have an entry-level certification. In order to move up to intermediate, we need to have a motion from council supporting the work that we do. And so, so why does moving off entry level matter? Well, it matters because our team and our organizations that support us are always striving to improve. It's what we do. Our work provides value to the city and its residents. Why should we maintain an entry-level position when we know we can do better? With the exception of Nature Saskatchewan, which funds a small part-time position for the work of the Bird Friendly City, the vast majority of the work is done by volunteers, and that will continue into the future. So what does it mean for the city? So we're asking for the city to endorse our community and efforts to continue to be certified and to move along on the certification. And so the city is already doing a number of things, a lot of things in terms of habitat, threat reduction. I've outlined that in the written submission that we've provided, so I won't read them over again, but I do want to correct an error in that in my submission I noted that our city bird was the black, or the red-breasted nuthatch. So I don't know, maybe that was Councillor Stadnichuk in the back of my head, but no, it's the black-capped chickadee, and I don't know that, I don't know where that came from, and it, anyway. So, most recently, we selected our city bird, and that was an extremely fun and community engaging event, and the city's main role there was actually to support the contest through the Be Heard platform. So it was a Bird Friendly City that provided all of the information about the birds, that selected our defenders of the birds, that did all of the pre-work with the media, and we got lots of positive media out of that. And you know, as Mayor Masters said it best, folks were quite passionate about this, so really to see Regina show up with 21,000 votes casted online is just a testament to how important I think birds find wildlife and outdoors. And we heartily agree with that. So secondly, we're asking the city to proclaim the World Migratory Bird Day on an annual basis. The World Migratory Bird Day has been going on since 2006. Nature Saskatchewan has been doing a Bird Day event for almost a decade now, and so that is completely organized, and it's administered, it's led by Nature Saskatchewan. So what we'd be asking the city to do is, again, support us through the Be Heard platform to advertise it and to support it. It's a great outdoor event and it's free. And then, of course, we, you know, as I said, we want it to be on the city's website. And finally, we're asking that city administration undertake activities to uphold our bird-friendly status, including to continue to participate on a bird-friendly team that includes community members and stakeholders, and to share information for the annual report card to Nature Canada. So I was one of the original authors, or I was one of the authors of the original application, and we have had to report annually for the last 2 years. And we know our members on the Bird Friendly team, those organizations, and what types of things that they're doing in the community, but it's more difficult to find out exactly what the city is doing. So for the original application, we just went to the city's website and tried to glean as much information as we could from there. But we're not able to quantify things, and I think there's more going on. I'm sure there's more going on than what we've identified. So that would be the city's role to, not to do the report, but to assist us in filing the report that's required to maintain our certification. And so that's, you know, we think that it brings great value to the city. We think we're not creating a lot of work for the city. We are, however, creating a significant amount of goodwill with the citizens of Regina who love their birds. So I'd like to personally thank Councillor Stadnichuk, Zakidniak, and LeBlanc for bringing forward this motion on behalf of the bird-friendly city. And also we've started to develop a really good relationship with some of the staff in the city, and we'd like to thank Russell Irick, Emily Amer, Ryan Pilon, and Ashley Thompson for their success of the Bird City campaign. So I would, Mayor Masters and councillors, I'd ask you to vote in favor of MN 24-1, Bird Friendly City and World Migratory Bird Day. Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Council, is there any member of council that has any questions for the delegation? I was going to assume that. Yeah, you go ahead.
You mentioned that there was a lot of excitement around the picking a bird, an official bird for the city. What are the other ways that Nature Regina or Nature Saskatchewan what kind of activities have you been doing in the city, in the community to promote and protect birds?
Okay, well, thank you. Nature Regina and Nature Saskatchewan are two organizations that are part of the team. So there's organizations like Salthaven West. So the things that we do, Nature Regina has a bird safe initiative. We promote and sell feather-friendly window tape to people in the city to protect against bird collisions with your windows. You cover your windows with some dots, and we also help install that. We've actually installed it at a personal care home that was having an issue. We have a number of, well, actually the Nature Regina, through grants of the city annual activity grant and the winter activity grants, have been doing outdoor activities with our Get Outside. So we have programs for children, preschool children, and then up to Kids Club, which is up to 12 years of age, and introducing them into nature, and we're using the city parks and surrounding area of the city. Nature Regina has been involved with the annual Christmas bird count, which is an initiative of the Audubon Society. Nature Regina has been involved in that for 70 years. That's citizen science, where we are going out and counting birds. Recently we started counting snowy owls because snowy owls are in decline, so we go out around the perimeter of the city and count snowy owls every year. We've been doing that, I think, since about 2017. What else do we do?
Well, it's interesting because once you get into birds, you realize you're into bugs, and then you're into everything else. So we even, so for example, we have the native plant garden, and that you think maybe doesn't totally relate to birds, but for example, World Migratory Bird Day this year focuses on insects. So once you start putting the pieces together and the connections, you realize, okay, ultimately all of our programming seems to, in one way or the other, revolve around our feathered friends in one way or another. So we'll organize other field trips, activities, and there's linkages throughout all of our activities that relate back to our bird populations.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other member of council? I actually just wanted to follow up in terms of the request for data, and I'll have it for administration as well. Other than the website, and I know when we were doing naming the bird, I know administration worked quite closely in terms of holding the surveys. Do I have that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was all done through Be Heard.
Okay, and so have you ventured into the data conversation with administration yet?
Yes, I believe, Angela Tremka, who couldn't be here today, is the coordinator, and she's the part-time position with Nature Saskatchewan. And she was meeting with them, I believe, on Friday, but I'm not sure if that was to talk about, right now, the website, the Bird Friendly City website, is being hosted by Nature Saskatchewan. And so they were meeting to figure out how they could just either, I'm not technically savvy, but how to link it. So far, all of the information on the Bird Friendly City has come from our organizations. Angela actually manages the website. And so how we can make that available to the city in terms of, so people can see if they want to know, well, what can I do for my windows, or what can I do for plants, or whatever. So I think it's just a matter of figuring out where to host it. Much like the Tree City of the World, which is my understanding is that it links to other information, right? So that's what we thought, the initial discussions, that's what we thought would.
Okay, and in terms of the data, what is some of it that you're looking for?
Well, we know, and we did get points for having a no roaming cat bylaw, but we don't know what the, we don't have any data on how it's being enforced. So, I mean, it's a wonderful, and so it was kind of difficult in finding out, is it the Humane Society in contract with the city, like those kinds of connections, where do we ask? So that kind of thing. So then one of the other things was snags, which people may not know are the dead trees. There is evidence, and then birds use them for nesting. They also use them for for the life that's still in the dead tree. And so there's evidence of it in the city along the creek, particularly behind Neil Bulkwell. We see evidence of snags being left, but we don't know for sure. And most recently, I found out that, and I think it was through a complaint of a citizen, but that there is around mowing in the ditches, that doesn't happen during the breeding season, the nesting season. And I did mention that the city works with the Department of Fisheries and the Water Security Agency to improve its storm channel edging program. And so now they follow Canada's bird nesting season schedule. And we just found out about that from talking to Russell. So we know that, so it's not necessarily in a bylaw, but it's a practice that's happening, and it's a positive practice, so that those nests aren't disturbed during the,
Okay.
you know.
Well, I don't see any other questions from council. Oh, I apologize. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for being here today. I do have a question in regards to light. So is there any, would you think that there would be any concern if the city of Regina wanted to do any beautification around lighting, if it's buildings or infrastructure, if it be bridges, that kind of thing? Would there be any concerns if we were to move forward to being a bird-friendly city?
Well, we already are.
Right.
A bird-friendly city, sorry, to maintain that though. I'll just let Jeff answer that.
So, great question. Interesting answer, which can kind of be broken down into a few parts. So light pollution is an issue for our bird populations. So what is light pollution? Does it really matter? For us as people, maybe we see a few less stars now than we did before. But for birds migrate at night, and they use the night sky and stars to navigate. So what happens in our urban environments is densely lighted areas confuse that navigation process and draw birds into the city. So one, on the front end of that equation, it negatively impacts the resources birds have to continue their migration, but it also exposes birds to the threats of an urban environment. Things like window collisions, things like cat predation. So, for example, we know in Canada 25 million birds a year die from colliding with windows. That number plus for cat predation. So, of course it'd be great if we lived in a world where, we didn't have lighter windows, but that's not going to happen. So how do you sort of balance that dynamic? So like we talk about data, like we talk about information, it would be wonderful if in the future, we considered ideas like this in our development practices. So, you know, I'm old enough to remember when we used to dump our oil into the sewer system. We used to not recycle, and people used to throw their garbage on the highway. Like, we look back now and think how ridiculous that ever was, but it's what we did. And so, you know, your support, your leadership to help change people's attitudes on how we look at our urban environments and our feathered friends is crucially important. So it's kind of not directly answering your question, but you know, these are things we need to consider. Do we need the lights on in the stadium all night long? Probably not. Do we want to, you know, illuminate a bridge at 3 in the morning? Maybe not, you know, but it's a balance, and it's a discussion that we need to have, and it's a discussion that we hope to have in the future where we can find these compromises to make the city, you know, have a beautiful city we can all enjoy while protecting our bird populations. So, did that answer your question? Did I go off on a tangent there? I do that sometimes.
No, that's fine. I think as we move forward, as we are a winter city, and we've claimed we know we are a winter city, and we look at winter city strategies, light becomes very important, especially in winter, but all year. So that was one of the questions. I just needed to be clear that, and so you've indicated your answer as there could be some potential concern with light. And if it was lighting of a bridge or something, that could be a concern. Is that accurate? I just want to make sure I understand. Your group may have a concern.
In the general sense, light pollution affects birds' abilities to navigate, and it is a threat to their survival. Our group right now is not asking for us to have any light bans or, you know, this is all about, basically about supporting our efforts and having that data and having conversations about that moving forward. You know, we're certainly not calling for a ban on any future lighting. So it's just part of the ongoing discussion about how to make our city a more habitable place for us and our bird populations.
And if I could add, one of the things that cities are doing now, I believe London, City of London, Ontario, and Toronto, is that they have, during the migration periods in spring and fall, so there's particular dates depending on where you are in the country, you'd ask people to turn down their lights. You know, so you ask people to, and we do respect the fact that lights are also about safety. But we're just asking, you know, twice a year we say to people, you know, turn down your lights. You know, maybe, you know, it's cost saving too. Maybe the city hall turns out, you know, the lights are automatic when you're looking at refurbishing things where they're, you know, they're motion censored. That's the sort of forward thinking that, you know, we're not saying you have to do that tomorrow, but we just want to be able to have those conversations. And we've got information for what citizens can do in terms of lighting around their home that still protects their home, but if the light is facing down, it makes a difference. If the color of the bulb is different, it makes a difference. So those are the kinds of things that we start small and we do what we can.
Okay. And last question, did you say there would be any kind of a cost to the city for doing this? Do you see that there could be any other costs, or what do you think the cost would be if there is anything?
Well, I guess it would be in terms of human resources, would be the cost right now that we're asking for in terms of with the website and with the information and the way we did the bird platform. And I don't know what it costs to do, to proclaim a day. Might have to do a little bit of printing or whatever. So I think from our perspective, it's minimal. But the city, as I said in my report too, is supporting us already in terms of grants and have actually invited us a couple of times to do programming. And we always, of course, our programming's outside, and most of the time it involves birds. I mean, we do love plants too, but.
And to follow up on that, ultimately, the leadership from the city in recognizing the initiatives that we're undertaking, ultimately it becomes individuals making individual choices. Homeowners retrofitting their windows, homeowners addressing lights, homeowners addressing their cats or other environmental threats. We're not here to burden the city financially. We're not here with a big ask for money. Ultimately, like I had mentioned about past, environmental practices that we, people didn't do and now we take them for granted. That simply comes from some leadership and changing public opinion on things. And so that ultimately our ask, isn't for a lot of money. Our ask is primarily for support.
And awareness. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Fundura, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon. That leads to a question about education. You talked about me knowing where my cat is and on my light and all that. So the question goes to, kind of cut my, you mentioned about senior home with birds. What did you do? Because the question is going to be asked about school. You go to schools, elementary schools, high schools, and education is important, informing on what it's out there. Like you just mentioned about what we did 100 years ago. Hopefully we don't do that again. So what about the senior home? Like, how do you...
Well, the senior home was Broadway Terrace on Broadway Avenue, and there was a deck that was built with glass railing all the way around. And there was, and behind the deck, there was some fruit trees. And so 2 years ago, maybe it was, there was a huge fatality with Bohemian waxwings because birds, as it's been said, do not see glass. So what they saw was the tree and the berries, and they tried to go through the glass. So what we did was we provided the bird tape was donated by a member, and we installed, Jeff and I and a couple of other people, installed the feather-friendly window tape on the decking all the way around, and they haven't had a fatality since. In terms of education, Nature Saskatchewan has it's called the Naturehood program, which is all about children, and so they do programming as well. Nature Regina has the Get Outside the Kids clubs, which is about teaching children. We have made, through the Regina Public School Board, we have just been discussing a partnership with them, with Jeff Capo is the, I forget his actual title, he's the Indigenous Coordinator, I think, for the Regina Separate School Boards, and he does programming with kids in elementary school, so we're going to develop a partnership with them, and we'll, and it's all about protecting nature. That's the Nature Society's mandates, is to protect nature for future generations, for their enjoyment, and for...
And to follow up on that quick, for example, we're doing a month-long exhibit at the George Bothwell branch in their cube room display, where we are going to highlight 7 simple actions that citizens can take to protect our bird populations. It's a month-long program, and then on the Saturdays we'll be offering some bird watching with not just the focus on identifying birds, but the environmental threats that go along with that. So ultimately our programming, it's multifaceted. When there's an opportunity to have a program or have a community engagement on some level, or if a group of organizations are coming out to discuss things, we're bringing that message there. Like Elaine mentioned, World Migratory Bird Day was held last year at the Science Center. We were there with other organizations. So it's kind of an ongoing mandate where we try to reach out to whoever wants to listen. Sometimes people don't want to listen, we tell them anyway. It's sort of part of our focus. It's just bringing that awareness to the community and whatever opportunities present themselves. And I'll just go back to it again to say that's just why it's so important for us to have some leadership on a municipal level, just to kind of help push that ball forward. And I think over time, I certainly hope 20 years from now when we look back, we take issues of light pollution, window collisions, cat predation, we look back the same way we look back at other practices and think, well, why did we ever do that? It seems kind of silly, So that's kind of our motive and how our approach to engaging with the community as a whole.
Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. I don't see any other questions from council. Thank you both very much for being here this afternoon, including your Freudian slip on the red-breasted ostrich. Councillor Stadnicek, thanks very much. I ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you.
We'll now consider item MM 24-1, which is the Bird Friendly City and World Migratory Bird Day. Councillor Cheryl Stadnicek, go ahead and please introduce your motion.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. The motion is before you, and it is basically the intent of the motion is to emphasize what we've already done. We're already been, from the efforts of the community, we've already been declared a bird-friendly city. The mayor has already written a letter supporting this. And we've been working, the city has been working with the bird-friendly city team to do various events to support the protection of birds in our city. Right now, Regina is the only bird-friendly city in Saskatchewan. And I don't even think there's one in Manitoba. So we might be the only one in these two provinces. We are certified right now at entry level, but if we ever want to advance to intermediate or advanced level, then it is required, Nature Canada does require a motion from council, and that's why this is here. Another part of the requirements of Nature Canada is also that we would officially declare the World Migratory Bird Day, which is already happening in the community. The events have been going on a regular basis. And I think it's important to kind of note as well that as one of the we're one of the tree cities of the world, that it's because of those trees in our city that we do have a lot of birds that we normally wouldn't have, that would just be birds that would be on the prairie or along the creeks. So everything that we've done in our city, I think, advancing on becoming either intermediate, and it doesn't mean that we will automatically become intermediate, but this gives us the opportunity to advance on that level and improve how we protect birds in our city.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Stanachuk requires a seconder. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Oh, sorry, Councillor Stanachuk, did you still wish to speak?
No, I was just, I can ask some questions of administration?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so just a simple question through the mayor is just this motion as it is presented, does administration see any difficulties in terms of implementing it or any costs that we'd have to incur?
Through you, Mayor Masters, thank you for the question. I would say at this time, no additional costs to be incurred, and our open space services branch led by Mr. Irick, who I'm sure will get some questions today, has been working with the committee and will continue to advance work with the committee and support the City of Regina's Bird City.
Okay. And a second question through the mayor is just regarding if there were any recommendations that the bird-friendly city team came up with that required a little more action, what would the process or steps be? Would administration be implementing those, or would there be certain things that would have to come to council anyway for approval?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so certainly anything that would require any kind of budgetary allocation would come through the budget process and be discussed with council. Other than that, we would just continue to work with the committee and do the work that we're already doing.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanachuk. Thank you, Ms. Bradden. Any other members of council have any questions? I do. Mr. Irick, I can't have you be in the room and not ask you a question. In terms of, are you familiar with some of the data that would lend itself into what Nature Regina and Bird Friendly City are looking at?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we have gone through like the different criteria that are kind of measured against it, and there's, as a high-level description, yes, we're sort of familiar with it.
Would you mind sharing a little bit about the work that you're already undertaking? I mean, clearly we've got bird-friendly designation. We do some good things. Can you speak to some of the other things?
Well, some of the things that the city has done at a policy level is we're working on our Parks Master Plan currently. And so the Parks Master Plan will be bringing other things that will help bird populations. The cat bylaw is another good one. The plastic bags bylaw, our work around trees and tree cities of the world, those sorts of things. But there's also other high-level descriptions in terms of zoning and building standards and lighting standards, and it's really a larger kind of multi-departmental piece. So it won't solely land on this branch, but it would affect other work groups within the organization, depending on the subject matter.
Thank you for that. I'm not sure, Mr. Michele, you would take this one, and I bring this up because they brought it up in terms of mowing ditches and around creeks and stuff. Do you have a policy about this?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so that work actually falls under our waste and water area. I don't know that Mr. Doney is here. Mr. Russell, Mr. Irick may have some information to share.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor Masters, some of the work that is around the storm channels and storm channel clearing works around, and this is about flow and stormwater management and ensuring that, you know, when there's a flood event that things drain properly. And then it's also about a balance of how do you ensure the storm channel is healthy in terms of an ecosystem, because the storm channel can itself provide other environmental benefits beyond just flow. So there's a tricky balance there, and that's where the engineering teams are involved.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Stanishuk, do you want to close off debate?
Okay. Through you, Mayor Masters, just simply want to say that when it comes down to it, Regina is on a migratory bird route. The Wascana Lake Migratory Bird Sanctuary was established on July 12th, 1956. That's been a long time. And not everyone will know this, but it attracts over 115 different species of migratory birds. So we're quite a significant city when it comes to birds. There's an older gentleman in Whitmore Park who dedicates his energy to building purple martin houses and is just passionate about purple martins. We heard about the Christmas bird count, and kids get excited about the birds. I think birds really do feed our spirits. We know it's spring whenever we hear the joyful sound of the robin. We know it's fall when the geese and cranes sometimes are flying south in unison. And when we walk along the creek, we're reminded, of the beautiful sound of the red-breasted nuthatch. So they bring us joy, but they also give us a lot more. They control pests, they pollinate plants, they spread seeds. They're scavengers as well. They recycle nutrients to the earth. So birds are very much an important part of our city, our nature, and our lives. And how many poems have been inspired and songs have been inspired by birds. So I hope you will all support this. Thank you.
I know why the caged bird sings. Thank you very much for that closing. Clerks, can you call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Can't believe you placed breakfast. Anyways. Next, folks, we're going to deal with motion 24-2. I would like to call upon delegation Lisa Gibbons. Mrs. Gibbons, as you come down, I'm going to ask when you sit down to state your name for the record. organization you represent, if any, and where you reside. You're going to have 5 minutes to talk to council, and after that, they may have some questions for you. Welcome.
Hey, back again. My name is Lisa Gibbons. I'm the Executive Director for Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District. The Warehouse District supports the removal of the zoning donut that currently restricts medium office in the core of our district. While it's hard to capture the number of projects that we've lost due to this restriction, we do know of several that have actively approached buildings within that donut, only to have to move on to somewhere else when they were unable to meet the requirements of light industrial. There are an unknown number that looked at the zoning and didn't pursue anything further within the warehouse district, and those numbers we simply cannot count. While the light industrial zoning served the area historically, the majority of industrial projects have moved to the industrial area where the buildings can support changes in requirements from loading docks to accommodate semi-parking. Fortunately, historic buildings provide an offering that have become more appealing to small to medium office. Our hope is that we move forward towards a facilitation role, finding new solutions that support our commercial base. Building density is important to the customer experience when it comes to connecting to the live, work, play model that adds vibrancy to the area. We look forward to working with the city on being part of the zoning update for the warehouse district. Thank you.
That was succinct. Thank you very much. Does any member of council have any questions for Ms. Gibbons? There we go. Councillor Fundura, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gibbons. Good to see you today. Good to hear your passionate, you've always been passionate about what you do. So for Warehouse District, the businesses are there. I can presume I've talked to a few. I've been at your doorstep talking about this for quite a while. What does that mean to the businesses, or the encouragement of business coming there, or the businesses staying there, paying their fair share, and for the business of Warehouse District? What does that mean, what the motion is talking about?
Through the chair, I think the Warehouse District is at a really interesting point in its current lifespan. We have seen some of those big changes into residential over the years, the addition of office, and now we're in a bit of an interesting position where we have added some restaurants, we've added some great coffee shops, you maybe have had a donut in the donut. The challenge is that we don't have the density of daytime workers to support those businesses. And that was certainly felt through the pandemic, and that changing nature that we've seen post-pandemic as those patterns have changed. So you may have noted that we have had 5 retail businesses close in the Warehouse District in recent times. Some of those are impacted by CEBA loans. Some of it is changing retail patterns, and some of it is retirement, to be frank. So it is vitally important that if we want to continue on this trajectory of saving our historic buildings, we need to find them new purpose. And that new purpose should, in my opinion, build density. So we have lots of folks looking for cool office space. A building that was once light industrial that employed 5 people could now employ 50 people. And that has a huge impact on those coffee shops, those restaurants, those breweries, those retail shops that are trying to stay afloat in the Warehouse District, and things that I think we're proud of as a city. So when we talk about things when we travel, I hope we talk about Regina's brewing. We're Saskatchewan's brewing capital. I would lay claim to that. We have some great entrepreneurs who have done great work. We'd like to keep those folks going, and so I think it's really important that we adjust and change some of those things. So we appreciate your motion.
Okay, Mayor, thank you. Thank you for answering that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Lisa, you had said something in your opening remarks that there were applicants, but simply you cannot count them, right? So are there so many you can't count them, or you know a few and then just suspect that most people look at the rules and just walk away?
Through the chair, you are correct in that while some of them reach out to us for help, many, through their commercial realtors, look at the lay of the land, the cost, the prohibitive nature of potentially changing or flexing. I can give you an example of that. Ascent looked at buying a building for office. They've now moved to Cathedral. The cost of renovations, I mean, it is great for Cathedral, and I love my city, and it's great, but it is a loss for the warehouse district and those businesses that could have been helped by adding density in that area. They have invested a large amount into the new building that they've moved into, and that is investment that could have saved a historic building. So that's a challenge. We look at buildings like Cloud Rider, which is outside of the donut, but a fabulous example. They could have leased that whole building as office, but it needs to be light industrial. So what you find is office on the second floor and light industrial on the main, which is great. I love all those businesses, but the density of staff working on that main floor is much less than what it could have been, which would have helped district brewing, which probably would have had an impact on Western Cycle, which would have had an impact on Nikki's Cafe. So all of those things are important.
Thank you. You might not have an answer to this, but let's say this goes ahead and the positive impacts are felt. Can you give me a sense of what the vacancy rate is in the warehouse district and how many, I don't know, square feet might potentially be filled if we were moving down this path of allowing medium office?
Through the chair, unfortunately, I do not know that answer off the top. One of the challenges with the warehouse district compared to other areas is that we have a lot of underused space, a lot of spaces that never see the commercial realtor market, so they're not tracked in that same way. We are building that database as it relates to Dudney Avenue as we look at construction and our metrics pre-construction, during construction, and post-construction. And likely something we could look at, just get a better understanding as a district. It's probably important that we pursue that, so thank you.
Thank you. If I were to pursue the logic of the last round of comprehensive zoning bylaw changes, the logic of industrial development is actually quite favorable from a tax revenue standpoint, and you actually don't need to invest in the kind of amenities that would typically come with, say, residential, right? So it makes sense from a high-level perspective. My question to you is, when those potential office applicants move on, does an industrial property owner or user fill the place, or typically does the building just sit vacant?
Oh, great. Through the chair, I have a great example. Sleek Sign, Sleek Printing, occupied a great commercial space in the warehouse district, required more space, better load capacity so they could bring large vehicles in to wrap them. It's a great success story for our community. It's a business that's growing, a local business. Their space is vacant today. They moved in 2017.
I'm not going to presume what the other bid might suggest here, or even Cathedral business owners that are looking for the same applicants, but let's say the market's pretty slow. We're distributing a very small amount of business and potential applicants over a bigger footprint. And so potentially the implication for downtown and Cathedral and elsewhere is we just see the vacancies fluctuate across regions, and then we compromise the densification, which is part of the objective. What would your response to that be? Is there potential to actually increase the pie with these changes, or is it fighting over zero sum?
That's a great question. That is, of course, the challenge. And as an urbanist who grew up in North Central, building density is extremely important, and those three neighborhoods are really important, along with Heritage. North Central, Cathedral, Heritage, Downtown Warehouse are really important to creating some vibrancy in our city. And if we don't have a healthy downtown or greater downtown, everyone suffers. I think we attract potentially a different marketplace for each of those zones. And I think there's limited capacity in Cathedral. So while while that might be a place where you could see competition, I think we have folks looking for a different experience in the warehouse district than they would potentially in Cathedral. And I think the vacancies and types of buildings are just a little bit different. So I don't see this as competition. I think we need to get really serious about our vision for our greater downtown and start investing and facilitating those decisions. We're not going to force people to move to the warehouse district. That's a choice. Moving into a heritage building is expensive, and that's a choice. So we want to make that as easy as possible. And the longer those buildings sit vacant, the more likely they are to fall down or start on fire.
Mysteriously, yes. That's all I had, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Please go ahead.
Thank you. On my review, our, pardon me, our existing official community plan does allow for and contemplate some office development in warehouse. I'll ask staff to elaborate, but can you just talk us through the practicalities of how that plays out of office development in warehouse as it stands now?
Through the chair, I am not an urban planner, nor am I a policy wonk on that side. I don't have that area of expertise, but what I can tell you from practical experience is where those offices are allowed are on the outskirts. And what we really want to build is a walkable city, and we need to do that from the inside out. And right now we've created a donut, so a blank space in the middle. Truthfully, it's more of an apple fritter than it is an actual donut, but you know, let's not get into donuts. So the challenge is, yes, there are some of those spaces, but by putting that donut in place, it really gets in the way of building density, which is what we want from good urban spaces to build community.
Thank you. And then maybe the other comment, my read of the motion, it talks about medium office spaces, and I understand there's also a designation of major office spaces in the OCP. Major office spaces is not contemplated in the motion. Those would remain downtown. I wonder if you have any comment on that. Basically, is it right we're just talking about potentially allowing medium in warehouse, or do you have a view on whether we should also talk about allowing major in warehouse? Through the chair.
Through the chair, the answer is today we're here supporting small to medium office. In the reality of the world, we don't have major office banging on our door looking for additional space. We do have 17 acres sitting vacant. I won't go on my decade speech about the yards today. But once capacity has been reached from downtown, my sense is that we would connect and build out the warehouse district. That's not currently what we're pursuing. There's not a lot of ROI there, to be frank, at this moment. We need to create some really good infrastructure in our surrounding neighborhood to really make this a place that people want to live, work, play, stay.
Thank you. And then maybe just one final, I'm trying to get a sense of it, is if this did pass and we continued the discussions, I suppose I'll put it this way, would your principal pitch be to push medium development on Dudney and 8th Avenue, or would it sort of be really throughout the entire neighborhood of Warehouse? Through the chair.
Through the chair, the donut itself, I mean, Dudney is its own special zoning, warehouse zoning, so for the majority of that, that is allowed. What I think our vision plan, when we bring that back through our work with the city and our consultant, will likely identify Hamilton and 8th as important corridors that we should focus on. But for simplicity's sake and looking at the amount of vacancy that we have within that donut, we would just look at removing the entirety and moving that all to small medium office. That really goes between Rose, McIntyre, 8th, all the way to 5th. So it's really staying in the core of the warehouse district because we do go from Albert to Winnipeg, the tracks to 4th Avenue. It is quite large. But what we're looking for today is that center, that heart of the warehouse district.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. So about this apple fritter. You want to increase the zoning to allow for office space, not to remove industrial as a zoning. I just want to clarify that.
Correct.
All right, so we're just making it a great soupy mix.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of sleek signs, where did they move to?
They're in the industrial area.
So it was never really in competition with downtown or the Cathedral District, right? To Councillor Stevens' point.
Yeah, absolutely not. In fact, the majority of our light industrial are challenged with moving large semis around, interior space with roof heights. Those definitely have changed over the years from when our old warehouse buildings were constructed. And the new requirements often require things that we simply just don't have currently within the district.
Thanks. There's another piece of the office policy, which I'll ask my colleague about when we go to debate this, but it's about the owner occupied, and there were pieces of what you were talking about in terms of the amount of owner occupied, at least in part, buildings in a warehouse district. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, the majority of our district, I would say, is owner occupied in some way or another. And it is a challenge for those owner occupied. They definitely are they generally are not developers in a traditional sense. So everything that they do is harder. They don't have that historical knowledge, industry knowledge. This may be the first time that they approach or work with the city on a project. And if it's hard, they move elsewhere. And it was hard, so they moved elsewhere. And I've seen that a number of times. I don't want to bring up past projects that are long gone. Those were conversations that my colleagues had. And we lost great opportunity, and those folks are now over by the airport, which is not helping anyone. Like, what coffee shops are they going to? I don't know. But I can tell you it's not Venue B, and it is not Everyday Kitchen, so.
I like your reference to blank space as well. I know that you belong to the International Downtown Association, and oftentimes in other cities, they don't have a rail track running through it. Their warehouse district is attached to their downtown, and it creates this kind of flow. I can lament a lot of things. But what are you seeing in other cities in warehouse districts?
I would say that Regina is extremely fortunate and in a unique position to have an adjacent district, being the warehouse district, being as underdeveloped as it currently is. It is full of opportunity, and what we're seeing in other cities is that density building within historic, and in fact, they're adding on to them. They're making those historic buildings taller. They're adding residential into those pieces. But along with it comes investment in public spaces, in walkability, in third spaces. If you ever look at an aerial view of the warehouse district, I was talking with the birders earlier, there's no green space. I mean, you've got Victoria Park, and then you've got the cemetery, and in between that, we have a pile of concrete. So we have a ton of opportunity, and other cities are incentivizing development within their city center. They realize the capture that they're getting from their commercial property owners, and what happens when those sit vacant, those fall down, those burn, people move out of town. That has an impact to our tax base. That eventually will be shifted to the suburban taxpayer, and that is a challenge. Other cities have gotten busy and incentivized density, so they've made it really easy. They've facilitated it. I mean, we've studied it across Canada. I'm not even going to reference US examples, but they felt it was important for their citizens long-term, and I think this is probably a start of something that we could push into that direction.
Thanks very much. I'm good. We'll start Dudney Avenue, and who knows, Yard's next.
Thank you.
Have to have faith. I don't see any other questions from council. Thank you very much for presenting this afternoon. Ms. Gibbons.
Thank you.
Council, we've got a mandatory break inside of 3 minutes. We have 2 more delegations on this matter, and so I would suggest we take 15 right now, come back at 2:42, and move on with the next 2 delegates. We're good? Thank you. Welcome back. Council, we left off with hearing from delegations and motion 24-2. Right now, I'd like to call forward Judith Verasek. Judith, as you approach, you'll state your name for the record, the organization you represent, where you live. You have 5 minutes to talk to City Council, and there may be some questions for you afterward. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Oh, shoot. My notes are in my phone.
I won't start the clock. I'll say it again.
Apologies, is that part of the
Welcome.
5 minutes?
No, I didn't start it. Welcome.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters, City Council. My name is Judith Verasek, and I'm the Executive Director with the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. I'm here today to speak about the office development policy. As a precursor to what I'm going to say, the RDBID board does not have an official position on this particular notice of motion. However, I do want to share a previous position with respect to the office development in the warehouse district. So the office development policy has been considered and reviewed by the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District pretty much every year since it's been in place. We have been consistent in our position on, I guess, the bulk of the policy. We continue to endorse the city's current office development policies contained in the section DS of the D5 of the official community plan. Given the current office vacancy rate in downtown Regina, the current office vacancy rate in suburban Regina, the current Catalyst project process, and the lingering impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, RDBID supports the policy's continued application and strongly urges that no further office development be permitted elsewhere in the city except within the downtown/central city office area, or as may otherwise be permitted by the policy, until such time as the downtown vacancy falls below the established policy threshold of 6.5%. Recognizing the warehouse district as an integral part of the city center area, Regina Downtown supports the extension of the existing office policy boundary into the center area of the warehouse district, bound by 5th Avenue, 8th Avenue, McIntyre Street, and Rose Street. This will allow for further adaptive reuse of former industrial use buildings into more modern uses in the future. Further, RDBID recommends that the City of Regina prioritize the development of a neighborhood plan for the warehouse district to ensure that zoning and future development support the future vision for this important area of our city center. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm sure this is the tip of the iceberg, so I'll get you in the question period.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Thank you. Judith, I just want to make sure I understand the position here. So you support the extension of the existing office policy into parts of the warehouse district, but you don't necessarily have a comment about specifically what's ahead of us, which is medium in office, in the warehouse. Is that correct?
Medium, I'm looking at the notice of motion. Are you referring to 1A? The medium office development in the warehouse district?
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious if you just want a blanket extension of the policy that covers downtown, or, you know, if you have a comment on specific adjustments to what's allowable in the warehouse district.
Basically, we would like to close the donut hole
Okay.
through the chair.
And just to be clear, there's no concern then that this would compromise the vacancy rate issues that you've identified if you adjusted?
Through the chair, much like what my counterpart was saying, there just are different markets for downtown versus warehouse. I think the market will set the rates with respect to tenant rents, and that will help filter which businesses will choose to locate where. Obviously, folks want to be adjacent to similar businesses that support what they do. So much like what we see here, a lot of the lawyers' offices are downtown, primarily because the courts are downtown. I would expect that we would see something like that develop, those synergies develop in the warehouse as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Pandura, go ahead.
Thank you to your Mayor Judith. Thank you for coming and presenting, answering some questions. First one, you mentioned vacancy rate. That is you need a crystal ball for that one. Would you be able to tell, well, I'm going to ask this. You anticipating vacancy staying like this, the way the market is or the climate is right now within Regina, 10, 20 years before actually straighten out? Am I way out?
Through the chair, I wish I had a crystal ball that could quantify what that would be. However, I can't see it changing tremendously in the near future. I know there are a lot of tenants in downtown business, in downtown towers or properties that are currently in the middle of the lease or coming towards the end of the lease. And there is a great fear that as flexible work policies come into play, that there will be a contraction of office space needed. So it's similar to what, I guess there are two streams. There's that the worry of what's going to happen in the future when leases come up and people have to renew. And what we're seeing right now is that ghost vacancy, where currently you have an office that's taking up X number of square feet that typically held, say, 100 employees. So pre-pandemic, all the service businesses that surround that area are kind of built for those 100 employees. With work from home or flexible work policies, that 100 employees every day now becomes maybe 25, 50. And that definitely impacts the surrounding businesses because now they're not right-sized to the population around it.
Okay, thank you. So what that brings me to another question. So if you were saying, your answer was it's indefinite, how long the vacancy rate will stay the way it is, the way we are doing things. So my question would be to you, if you look at the motion saying, if we don't do anything, we don't do nothing, nothing's going to happen. So it's just going to stay the way it is, and we don't have a crystal ball, but we know what the future will bring, say. So we need to do something about it. So my question is then, even for the B is asking the question, market kind of dictates and directs how things work, right? So if you're having something here, something will happen here. So do you think that will help the downtown to grow? But when you're saying that the policy that is right now, you are staying put with it, not allowing any of that. So my question would be then to you is it going to do anything, is it going to change anything by staying the way you are?
Through the chair, I think this is a great question. And I kind of go back to how I started off. Our board has not given me an official policy statement because they hadn't had time to contemplate this. That being said, in anecdotal conversations with our board, not official policy, but there has been an openness to having a conversation with administration about what certain thresholds could be put in place in order for us as a city to accommodate office elsewhere. And I think what we were talking about, and I don't have like a firm number, but is this a net new job generation threshold? So if Amazon wanted to come in and they're going to build a distribution center, and then they need 50,000 square feet to support that distribution center, and this is going to generate 200 new jobs to the community. We are not standing in the way of that. I think that's something that we as a community should embrace. But if this is an existing tenant downtown and we're just like shuffling the cards around the city that now wants to build 50,000 square feet elsewhere because they want to vacate downtown, and there's been no changes to their operations, that's kind of where we have difficulty with. So I think there are some thresholds that we would be happy to work on with administration to help the office development policy become a little bit more flexible with opportunities that arise. And then further to that, our organization has done reviews on this with administration like annually. And I remember at the beginning of the pandemic, the conversation was about can we move from a policy that seems to be or is perceived as being very prohibitive to something that puts in place policies that incentivize? So is there an incentive policy, maybe not tied to the heritage incentives, which I think are a great start, but there are other incentives that the city could put in place that makes downtown a more attractive place. So it's more supportive than saying no. It's like, hey, if you're going to come to our community, if you go to downtown, you can access tax exemptions or like a credit on interior renovations, whatever it may be. And we saw a lot of those opportunities that are being offered in other communities, Hamilton being one of them. They had a very extensive incentive program for revitalization of their downtown. Mind you, Hamilton benefits from their proximity to Toronto, and it's fast becoming a bedroom community for Toronto. But they front-ended a lot of their incentives to get the ball rolling and to get development started. And their economic development department really monitored the uptake of these investments and the development that was happening in their downtown, and they slowly pulled it back. So even if you put in an incentive now, that doesn't mean it has to be the exact same in 5 years. Like if you can get the ball rolling, maybe that 50% tax exemption becomes 10% in year 5. So I think there are innovative ways to incentivize development downtown that could become the evolution of this office development policy. It just takes a little bit more work and a willingness of council to approve the budgets to support those incentive programs.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm hearing is you're, as a downtown, you're open for discussion and conversation about how we grow our city. So then, at least to the next question, I know that measurements or data, we haven't been collecting very much of things. We've been starting doing that. So for the downtown, I'm not sure if downtown has measured or had any data to, let's say, substantiate saying, this policy has done this, or this policy has done that, or this policy actually has given us all of this world that we're living in, or did it do anything? So this is, I mean, you don't have to answer that, but you could if you like. Go ahead.
I think if we were to measure that, through the chair, if we were to try and get that measurement, it would have to be a collaboration between city administration, the downtown property owners, and then the realtors representing properties, because those are the first points of contact. Like Ms. Gibbons said, there are companies that will look and then just walk away. And that's never tracked anywhere. So I think that's where, if you do want to try to quantify that, it becomes a bigger conversation with more data inputs to be kind of accurate.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Frontier. Councilor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just to the notice of motion itself, am I right in understanding through the chair, you are in favor of 1A but agnostic on 1B?
Through the chair, that is correct. 1A, we would be supportive of. Go for it. 1B, I think there's more conversation that needs to be had, both within my own organization and with our, with my board members, and then with administration. Because I do think we have kicked this can so many times. I mean, I could print out our same response for the past 10 years. So let's start getting to an actual solution that will work. And if we can start identifying what type of incentive would help to come from that, you know, the carrot rather than the stick, I think that's where we need to go. Because, God, I don't want to do this another 10 years. So.
I mean, just to help guide our discussions if this does pass, can you talk a little bit about, insofar as you've been involved, how has the RD bid been involved in developing the office policy in the past, and do you have any recommendations on the way that interaction would change if we do look at it again? Through the chair.
Through the chair, if I recall correctly, the office development policy was introduced in 2013 or 2014, and at the time it was recommended that it be reviewed annually. So every year we would kind of come back, and I think administration was hosting other focus groups with a wider range of developers, and we always landed in the same spot. And because the question was never how can we change this to work? Like, it was always coming from a policy standpoint, and how do we fix the policy that's written? And it wasn't, what is the alternative solution to this that would get us to the same point? So if that direction is coming from council to administration, maybe, because administration is doing their job, but they're handcuffed by the way that it's going back to them. So they're like, what do you need to change in this zoning policy or whatever it is to get it to do? It's not, what's that next step? What are other things that we can do? So if that's the recommendation that goes back to administration, I'm at that table. Like, let's get this done. Let's really explore what other cities are doing and what would be the best application here.
Thank you. And then I just want to ask if 1B does pass, and we're talking about contract zones outside, just the clarifying question is, my read of the existing policy is, sort of, if we're looking at something like that, we should have some regard to the office vacancy rate in downtown at the current time. Is your view that if we do pass 1B, we should continue to have regard for the office vacancy rate downtown, or do you have thoughts on how that would be guided if that does pass?
Through the chair, I also have a clarifying question for you. This motion says that it's going back to administration. Is that correct, or is it like if you approve it here, it's approved?
I actually don't know.
Okay.
It's a report. It's
going back to
requesting,
administration.
it's requesting this.
Okay. So I think the answer to that question then is, I would say if we are going to be looking at this holistically with alternate solutions outside of an office development policy, then I think we should relook at what that threshold should be. Or if we even need the threshold.
Thank you. And just so I'm dead on, the threshold vacancy rate.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Judith, for being here. Just a question, I need clarification. So you and others had toured around the cities, other cities across Canada, and you had talked, I know that, and I was able to go on one of those tours, which was great. This conversation comes up yearly, as you've indicated. Have you, and in any of all your tours, has there been any common discussions of how downtowns, and you've used one which incentivification is correct, Any other that you have shared with city administration, because this does come up every year, and I know that downtown and others were just recently engaged on a policy, on this policy. So can you just elaborate? I see your frustration, I get it, but every other city across Canada is also dealing with this. And have you learned anything from those tours that you could share that would come up to present today with this concern here regarding the downtown policy, office policy?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We did look at incentive programs in other communities. Hamilton in particular had a suite of incentives and tax credits and tax exemptions that they offered, and a lot of times what the developer was allowed to do was layer them, so it wasn't one and you can't apply for anything else. They had an economic development department within the city that really took the developer from, from idea manifestation all the way to shovel in the ground, and really tried to maximize the incentives or whatever programs they had available. So it was all identified for them. I felt that their website was very clear, concise, easy to understand, and I think that goes a long way to making these programs more accessible to, like Lisa was saying, the smaller developers, because I think everyone thinks of development as being, the 2 or 3 big developers, but if we want to grow and diversify the businesses in our community, making it easier for those not familiar with the existing system to access it, I think is really key. We did have a lot of conversations with Calgary. Calgary's in obviously a different league right now, partly because they started in 2014 when the oil and gas dropped out from underneath them, and they were miles ahead of every other community once the pandemic hit. So I think some of those communities warrant more exploration as to what would be most applicable in a Regina context. And I did want to point out that the Calgary model, a lot of the development that they're seeing, and it's not necessarily office development, but the development that they're seeing in their community was bolstered by their municipal land corporation. So I know that was one of the recommendations through the Catalyst Committee. I'm not sure what state that's in now, but that seemed to help catalyze a lot of the development that's happening in East Village in Calgary, and then also a lot of the public realm improvements along I think it's the Bow River. So again, is it totally applicable here? I don't know yet, but I think it's certainly worth exploration.
Thank you. And I just think the last question, one of the things that was also, I think the location with the downtown and of course the warehouse district being close in proximity as well, compared to some of the other cities that we actually toured. They were larger because they're larger cities. I guess my question is, they're close in proximity, but if one thrives, I think, would you agree that if the warehouse starts to thrive, downtown will also thrive? Would you agree with that analogy?
Through the chair, absolutely. I think a strong center core of our city benefits everyone. And I celebrate all the successes in warehouse, and I'm sure warehouse celebrates all the successes in downtown. So we're certainly supportive of making it easier for people to invest in our core communities, whether it's downtown, warehouse, cathedral, or heritage.
Or out in the other out in the other business corridors. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. No other questions from council? I'm going to ask you a couple. Right now, we classify office space downtown as Class A, B, and C?
Correct.
And we have different taxation rates applied to those?
Through the chair, I believe so. I'm looking over at Deborah.
We would assess them to
Yes.
higher values, and
Yes,
therefore
that's
they would
correct,
they would
yeah.
pay more taxes. I'm actually fascinated with your language about negotiating the evolution of the office policy. I may be asking my counterpart to include that. But in terms of some of these, and whether it's incentives or whether it's other policies or other forms of investment that might be needed as it relates to the motion as it exists, would you be, is the direction you're looking for that it's not just the report that goes back to administration, but that there be real engagement and negotiation on a little bit of tradesies in terms of some alleviation of the office policy?
Through the chair, yes. Yes, I'd welcome a conversation where we can figure out what works best for downtown, while at the same time meeting the goals of the greater community.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to add?
Nope, I think that's it.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for presenting today.
Thank you.
Just don't forget your phone.
Yeah, right.
One more delegation, folks. Can I call upon Delegation Robert Goldman? As you're walking, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, and there may be some questions for you afterwards. Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Robert Goldman, as you mentioned. I'm representing Victoria Acres Development Corporation. I'm a citizen of Regina. So good afternoon, Your Worship and honorable members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As you're aware, the current office policy is in place with the purpose of protecting and growing the downtown core. Firstly, I'd like to point out that my group is sensitive to the well-being of the downtown core, as we own a significant number of buildings downtown that contain office, as well as some of the premier development sites in the downtown area. The development of these sites is predicated on a healthy and growing downtown core. Thus, if changes to the current office policy were detrimental to Regina's downtown, we wouldn't be in favor. The reality is that the current office policy casts a wide net that restricts many developments from occurring that are not candidates for the downtown core for a few reasons. I'd be happy to discuss these reasons during our questions period. I'm here today to support the motion MN24-2 as my group possesses an infill brownfield development site located at 3901 Albert Street across from the Golden Mile. Albert Street South is a major corridor that over the course of the past few years has seen significant redevelopment occur. This includes the redevelopment of the Golden Mile, Save On Foods, the Fairfield Hotel, the YMCA daycare recently, Co-op Gas Bar A&W, and a couple other strip malls and pad sites. What the Albert Street South corridor hasn't seen since the 1980s is a new office product. With all the services available along the Albert Street corridor, it is a desirable location for a suburban office, and conversely, the occupants of such a building would provide support for local businesses and restaurants along that corridor in utilizing these services. My group, Victoria Acres Development Corporation, has been involved in major developments in Regina for decades and has identified this need before purchasing the property in 2019. Since the acquisition, we have created a design for a 3 or 4-story mixed-use development comprised of roughly 20,000 square feet of retail on the main floor, along with up to 60,000 square feet of office if built to 4 stories. This project would include underground parking, and an emphasis has been put on creating an environmentally sustainable development throughout the design process. While the final product will be in part determined by the end user, we have planned to exceed the prevailing building and energy codes with a keen focus on implementing environmentally sustainable designs and materials that would establish this property as one of the most advanced projects in the community in that regard. This development would require an investment of $30 million by my group in the city of Regina. We have been approached by a number of interested companies looking for new offices since purchasing the property. In all cases, it was location specific, as they have no intention of locating downtown, nor are they currently located downtown, and the interest has come from a diverse list of companies. Within the official community plan, Albert Street South is designated both as an urban corridor as well as an urban center, as seen on map 1 and 6 in the OCP. Additionally, the OCP has outlined provisions related to the development of these areas. Firstly, 7.12, cluster high-density built form within urban corridors adjacent to transit nodes, potential transit nodes, or prominent intersections. 7.13, support the redevelopment of existing retail areas to higher density, mixed use and transit-oriented development with densities appropriate to servicing capacity. 7.14, identify segments and/or sites along identified urban corridors that should be subject to priority investment and redevelopment through the intensification development strategy. And lastly, 7.29, require medium office and major office to locate inside the downtown, except for in the following contexts. 7.295, the development of medium office buildings within office areas and urban centers that are conceptually located on map 6. I'm here today to support the motion to allow for more office opportunities both in the warehouse district and more specifically special case allowances by way of contract zoning on chosen sites and/or the utilization of the provisions in the OCP related to urban corridors and urban centers as it relates to suburban offices. My group believes our Albert Street South site is the perfect candidate for either of the prescribed scenarios in the OCP as well as the contract zoning in unique circumstances, and we wish to see this move forward immediately. The fact of the matter is that in every other major city in Canada, the project my group proposes will not only be allowable, but would be in some cases further incentivized. 2 hours away in Saskatoon, our development proposal, being a redevelopment of an infill site, would additionally receive a 5-year tax abatement. In the case of our Albert Street South site, the City of Regina today has the opportunity to open the door for an infill development to proceed on the last undeveloped brownfield site on Albert Street South. This would see the property tax increase on 3901 Albert Street by many multiples with no infrastructure costs to the City of Regina, all while creating construction jobs and economic growth for the city as a whole and sustained support for the local businesses along the Albert Street corridor. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldman. I'm going to assume you have questions. Councillor Bandura, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Through, thank you for presenting. Question in your the submission that you sent to the city. There's a lot more into it. I'd like to ask you on the example 3, when you talk about amalgamating locations into one or grow their business footprint. Can you expand on that? What do you mean by that?
Through the chair. Yes. So there's 3 main reasons why. Companies choose to locate outside of the downtown core with their offices, and I'll talk about 1 and 3 that was in my submission because 2 is more industrial related. But first of all, number 1, some businesses determine where their customer base is, that's where they need to be. And I can give a real world example of that. Sun Life Financial, who currently occupies one of our buildings in East Regina, recognized that most of their customers were farmers from out of town. Those farmers would come, go to PV Mart, Princess Auto, go get groceries on the east side of town, but didn't want to drive their trucks and trailers downtown, try to find a parking stall. And so in an effort to be more accessible for their customer base, they decided to open up a branch in East Regina. They're in 12,500 square feet, which exceeds the current 10,700 square foot cap. However, at the time, there was a financial allowance if a tenant is either medical or formerly financial user. There was different rules for them. And then the other main instance that companies, many of which that have shown interest in our property on Albert Street South, is companies right now they can only have 10,700 square feet of office in one location outside the central business district. So for the businesses that don't intend to locate downtown, they end up having multiple different offices. Now, that's inefficient and not necessarily how some of these companies would like to run their business. So in some cases, they look to amalgamate all, 2 or 3 different office spaces, all which are located outside the downtown core, into one location that is also outside the downtown core. And we've had some instances of interest from companies that fall in that category.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. One more question. This one's going to be straight to the point. You talk about your location on Albert Street. How your development on Albert Street would help downtown? My question in that sense is, we need to look at the city as a whole, not just separate entities. The whole city has to work together to grow and make things work. You're protecting or not protecting. So for instance, what you talked about, your development, how would that help the downtown?
Thank you. Through the chair. Well, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, my group has a significant amount of interest in the downtown core. So there's, we're not looking to make any changes that would, harm the downtown core. With that said, the current office policy casts such a wide net, and I think maybe not intentionally, but the consequence is that certain developments aren't able to move forward, even though they have zero effect on the downtown, because these businesses or the facilities that are required don't fit within the model of what is available downtown. So at the end of the day, there's different, there's the warehouse district, there's the downtown district, there's also the corridors, be it Albert Street or, Victoria Avenue East. And to see other areas of Regina do well, Regina is one organism. There's maybe different components, but the better Regina does it as a whole, the better that is for the downtown, and vice versa. So I don't know if that answers your question.
That's good, yeah, thank you. So then one more question, and I'll seize the floor. I asked previous delegation about the policy as it stands, and you mentioned that you have many buildings or business downtown. Over the years of the policy, or even the OCP was developed, in your opinion, would you have any data or some measurements, what you would know from your own business, how the policy actually worked and benefit for pro or against? Would you be able to answer that?
Through the chair, I don't have any data. I don't know if it's being tracked. I think that was discussed before, but I will say, from my understanding, the current policy in Regina does not exist in anywhere else in any other major city in Canada, or maybe even North America. I look at what's happening in Saskatoon and the growth and expansion that we're seeing there, and again, a project like the one that my group is proposing would not only be allowable on a major corridor. As a matter of fact, Concord Developments developed an almost exact replica of what we're proposing, but on East Street, in the corner of East Street in Cumberland, which is a direct comparison to our site on Albert Street South here in Regina. They additionally provide a 5-year tax abatement for that project and for projects like I'm proposing. So I can't speak to what the data says, because I don't think it is available, but I will say again, as our group does have substantial holdings in the downtown, what we're suggesting with this proposal on Albert Street South in no way, shape or form threatens the downtown at all.
Okay, thank you. Well, maybe that question wasn't quite fair to be putting that to you, so appreciate your answer. So, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fundura. Councillor Stadnichuk, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the mayor, I just wanted to clarify what your position is. So you support the motion that's before us, but you're asking for consideration, like that the second part, the flexibility, would also apply to Albert Street South? Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, I support the motion in its entirety. I do believe there is some work to be done, specifically, so through contract zoning, for example, A developer such as our group would have to, even if this were to pass through in its next time in council, we would still have to go through a discretionary use application. And, that's part of the problem that currently exists right now. When there's users that are looking for locations, the extended timeline and the complexity of going through the process and you might or might not be allowed to proceed. It's not something that a lot of major companies like to do, so it's a barrier to being able to move forward in an expeditiously timeline. So the administration would probably be able to speak more to that than myself, but.
Okay. Through the mayor, I do know that there are some offices in that area in the South Albert, like there's some dentist's office and I'm not sure what else, but there's a radio station. But what you're proposing, you're saying would not be allowed under the office development policy?
Through the chair, under the current office policy, any development outside of the central business district for undesignated office cannot exceed 10,700 square feet. So yes, our proposed development would exceed the current limitations of the current office policy.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stanachuk. Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I have heard that before, and I just need you to, I want to elaborate on that. Did you say that the downtown policy that we currently have does not exist in most cities or North America? Can you just share what I heard you say? Clarify, please.
Through the chair, to my understanding, and I think there might have somebody might have mentioned to me that maybe one city in eastern Canada, but and I can't remember if what town that was or what city that was. But from my understanding, currently there is the office policy that exists in Regina does not exist in any other municipality in Canada or the United States, and it has been that way for a number of years.
Thank you. So you obviously do invest in other cities, do development there. You talked about Saskatoon. It's for sure it's easier. Do you see the value in having an office policy at all? Then as a developer having offices downtown but also outside, do you think that there should be an office policy at all? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I believe that, I think there's certain instances where we can expand the current allowable office uses throughout different, for example, the urban corridors as the provisions exist in the current OCP, whether it be at Albert Street or Victoria Avenue. In most other cities across Canada, you'll see significant medium-sized office buildings along major arterial corridors. So I won't speak to a full opening of the office policy, but I think definitely we have to consider our urban corridors and urban centers as described in the current OCP.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. You talked a little bit about investors or business owners wanting to come up and set a business here. If there is discretionary use or if there is an option where it may have to go through that long process, which costs time and money, did I hear you correctly that would then probably deter businesses from coming to Regina, through the chair?
Through the chair, yes. From my experience with dealing with prospective tenants, usually, especially major companies, they want to be able to move forward. It's a process to explain to them the rule that we have here, because again, it doesn't exist anywhere else. So a lot of these head of real estates for Canada, this will be the first time that they've run into this. And then, whether it's, like I said, because they want to locate near their customer base, or in other instances, like on an industrial aspect, if a big industrial company wanted to set up a production facility and have their head office beside it, they couldn't exceed 10,700 square feet. So you would force them to put their head office downtown and then the production facility out in, say, the industrial area, where most businesses want to, oversee their operation with their office. So you'll end up seeing a lot of businesses choose to locate in the RMs, just on the periphery of Regina for that reason, as it pertains to industrial. And then there's others, like I said, that, are looking to locate close to their customer base, or have multiple offices because they can't locate everybody in one building. So they have them scattered over Regina, when in reality it'd be most efficient for them to all exist in the same building. And that's what we're seeing as far as the interest towards our Albert Street South, is businesses that have multiple office spaces across Regina, only because of this rule, not because that's what they actually want to do, or that's what's best for their business.
Okay, thank you. And last question, City of Regina has been looking at this policy. I know that they did some work within the last year. And I think have always gone to the downtown to say, kind of what are your thoughts on the office policy and how can it be changed? Have you shared your views that you're sharing with today? Have you shared those with city staff through the chair?
Through the chair, yes. I have discussed with the planning department and a number of different members of the administration our perspective. We were encouraged last year to see an office policy review, and then it never seemed to make it into planning or city council, which was kind of a shock to us based off of the recommendations we saw in that the stakeholders letter that went out, that was in line with what we're thinking is in the best interest of the city, and from a commercial real estate standpoint, fixes a lot of the existing problems that are that we have with the current office policy that limits development or restricts development from happening in the city. I think the city got it right with based off just the recommendations there, and I'm open to seeing more expansive office policy reform, as well as supporting the motion that's in front of us today.
Awesome. Thank you. That's all I have, and thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Bresciani asked a couple of my questions. I'm good. I'll thank you very much for appearing today, Mr. Goldman, and ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Council will now consider item motion 24-2, the office development policy. I'm going to ask Councillor John Ventura to introduce his motion.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. The motion is in front of you. You all read. Had a good discussion with delegation. We have whereas to resolve. The motion speaks to, as we heard, a lot of discussion has been going on about something, but nothing really came out of that. OCP was constructed or delivered or brought to in such a rush time. 2013 was busy. About 7,000 to 1,000 pages of official community plan design in Regina, and I believe the office policy was fixed into it and just about forgot about it. And you see that the discussion needs to be had. We should have had this conversation with the public a long time before this. We need to talk about within the policy. We have a residential tax base. We have a commercial tax base. Right now, I think our residential tax base is holding up the entity of running the city. And you heard about the businesses that don't want to necessarily locate it because of certain parameters and policies that are here. So we're losing on that part. It's not all about money, but it is to grow, to have enough cash to make sure that we build our infrastructure. So this is a discussion point. It's going to go into administration to talk about and to bring back, and we'll have a discussion again about this. It's important to know that for the last 20-some years or more, we've talked about a lot of things, but nothing really happened with downtown. And as we heard from downtown bid saying that the vacancy rate is high, and then the ghost vacancy is there, but we need to do something about that. So hopefully this motion will stir up the conversation, and we'll come up with a solution. We need an action plan. And an action plan needs to be that serves the whole city. It's about the city. It's not about the one entity or others. And that's the biggest thing, is the community needs to come work together as one to solve what the issue we have. So I'll leave it at that, Mayor. I'm looking forward to hear from council and ask some questions on administration. Let's move this forward. We need action. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Fundura needs a seconder. Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Just wondering if we have any comment from administration on the motion. If they have any insights on how to apply or how it moves through?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, I think the motion is fairly direct, and that administration would take it away and bring back a report that would provide recommendations directing us to make these changes to the office policy.
One of the delegates talked about thresholds for a decision, coming back with some ideas for how the decision we made for applying the unique circumstance clause in Part B. Do you see any need for clarity or any examples or anything, or do you think that's pretty forward, self-explanatory?
Can you provide clarification?
Part B, it says consider flexibility for unique circumstances not contemplated in the office development policy. Being part of some of the groups where this was part of the discussion point, everyone had anecdotal examples of what might be a good fit to bypass the office policy, such as an implement dealer with a large office like the one delegate mentioned. I was just wondering, as you guys contemplate this and try to bring us back some really strong policy, do you need any examples, or do you have a good resolution of what's trying to be accomplished in Part B of this motion?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, I think that the discussion about what the context of unique circumstance would certainly need to be had with the stakeholders, the downtown. I would also suggest that we would have conversation with EDR. I'm sure they would have some input as to what that might look like. So I think given the direction of the motion, we would have enough information to move that conversation forward.
And just for like a what if or an example, I'm hoping that would come back into some type of a matrix, kind of like that housing incentive policy. What's a strong investment? Kind of the same idea would turn about, am I correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we could look at some of these options and bring them forward when we bring the report back. We certainly would want to provide both council, the public, and us clarity on what that would mean in terms of unique circumstances, and if that includes some examples in that report, we can certainly bring that back if that helps make those decisions.
I think that, and like I said, some type of decision matrix so we could just analyze the decision a bit, because unique is very, very subjective to interpretation, so I think that'd be perfect.
We agree through you, Mayor Masters, that there would need to be some clarity there, so there is certainty in providing when an application would be advanced and when one wouldn't.
Thanks. And my last question, I feel like we've been hammering on you. That timeline for May 2024 is agreeable?
Yes, it's doable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stanchuk.
Thank you, and through the chair, can someone, I would appreciate just a bit of a definition of what medium office actually means. So I didn't have a chance to look at the policy, so what the definitions are and what medium office development means.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. Good question. I'll give it to you both in meters squared and feet. It's 1,000 meters square, and below is what we call minor.
So that's approximately 10,000 square feet. And then between 1,000 and 4,000 square meters is medium, approximately 40,000 square feet. And then anything above that would be major. So it's really based on size.
Okay. That's all I have, thanks.
Thanks very much. Any other member of council have questions? There we go, Councilor Blanc.
Thank you. I see that in the OCP, there's a goal of getting 80% of all medium and major offices in the downtown core. My question to the chair is, have we achieved that? Are we achieving that currently?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we do have that information. In 2023, the distribution is 79.22% downtown or central city, and in the suburbs, 20.78%. So I would say we're right on the nose.
Thank you. And just a clarifying question, how does it happen under the policy that there is any medium or major office development in the suburbs under this policy? How does the policy allow for that currently?
I'm going to ask Mr. Mario or Mr. Kotcher to walk you through that scenario, because it really depends on the circumstances that are available in the current market.
Through the chair, there are some circumstances which would allow for building outside of the downtown central city office area. One is within a designated heritage building, so we would allow for that case. We would allow for a medium office or major office to be built close to a major institution such as the university or hospital. And we would allow for some industrial office within industrial areas as an exception to that rule. Furthermore, we identify office areas and urban centers as being a potential area where we could see development of office space larger than that 4,000 square meter threshold. One such office space is within the Harbor Landing Business Park, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. And the urban centers are identified in the official community plan as those major commercial centers, places like Southland Mall, Northgate Mall, Grasslands, those types of areas would potentially allow for clusters of office space, but they would be subject to that vacancy rate of 6.5. So this is why you see 3 buildings built in Harbor Landing and not 4, because we're above that 6.5% threshold.
Thank you. And then I'm just seeking further clarification on Councillor Stadnichuk's, what's the definition of medium and major office buildings? I just want to clarify that the size is being put to office. So if I'm an implement dealer and 2/3 of the building is not offices and 1/3 is offices, I'm outside the terms of this policy, is that right?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters. I might start and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mario, but we base it on principal use. So if the principal use is an office and office is accessory, then it is considered the principal use would be the implement dealership. But I'm just going to ask Mr. Mario if there's thresholds on that accessory use as well.
Within the terms of the official community plan, the definitions would exclude indoor parking, but if there are other spaces that are clearly not office, those would be excluded as well.
Thank you. It's a fair amount of comment, I think guarded, from the last delegation about this is the only such policy in Canada. Is that so? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I do have that as well. The City of London, Ontario does have an office policy similar to Regina, but outside of this, there are other cities that have focused office policies, but they're not regulated as tightly as both ours and the City of London, with distribution rates and vacancy rates, more of thresholds and potentially suggestions. So we would be comparable with London, but other cities don't have this.
Thank you. And Masters, can you tell me how much time I have left? I got lots, okay. Thank you. Buckle up. We'd spoken about, we currently have 79.22% of our offices, as described, are in the downtown. Do you know whether that's comparable or how that compares to other cities without such a policy? I guess what I'm really trying to get at is the policy effective in that respect, or are we similar to cities without the policy, leading to the conclusion we can weaken the policy without losing those data points?
We do have, are you looking for the distribution or the vacancy rate in other areas?
Distribution.
Okay. Just on some of the preliminary reviews that we've done, there are other cities that have more distribution in the suburbs, and we would just summarize that to be more about a 50-50 split instead of an 80-20 split. And I'll just turn to my colleagues to see if they have anything else that they've noticed in their research.
We don't have the data in front of us, but Regina does have an exceptionally high proportion of office space within downtown compared to other Canadian cities.
Thank you. And then maybe I'd ask through the chair for the vacancy rate. Like, I take it the goal of the policy is to get lots of offices downtown, not to prevent offices in the suburbs. So can you give any relevant data on vacancy rates through the chair?
Yeah, we do have the vacancy rates. We use the Collier's snapshot, and the latest information that we have is Q4. In our downtown, the vacancy rate is 16.7, and our suburban offices vacancy is 11.6, so a total of 15.5. And we do have other cities as well, which range from about 7% total to 26% vacancy rates throughout Canada.
Thank you. And just on the second data point of cities throughout Canada, is that the downtown vacancy rate or the citywide vacancy rate?
That's the total. They are broken down, and it would be from a downtown perspective, Victoria at the lowest vacancy rate of 7.4, and I have Calgary coming in at the highest vacancy rate at about 30%.
Okay.
And I know that they're doing some work on that as well.
There was some comment from the last delegate about, I understood there was some consultation with industry around this office policy, and they were expecting a report to come back, and we haven't seen that come back. I'm wondering two things. Does such a report exist, and is it coming back?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, we did do some work and we did some engagement, and a report a draft report was prepared. At the time, and after further engagement with some stakeholders, senior administration felt there was a need to better articulate the tangible enhancements we're making in the downtown prior to bringing that conversation forward.
Thank you. Is that a report you'd be willing to share with council members in whatever capacity, privately or otherwise, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think that the material that was prepared, the majority of that would be coming forward with what we see coming forward in May. So I think that material would be shared at that time.
Okay. Thank you. Just want to ask one question, which is, when we come to vote, can we vote on 1B separately, please? Thank you. We'd had a previous discussion on the residential side of things, and I'd understood from the Home Builders Association, essentially they'd like to see a limit of discretionary zoning, more permitted uses so that people know what they can get. I guess the overall question is that if we're looking at reviewing the office policy, is the limiting the discretionary zoning one of the things infused in the review, or how does that impulse play out in the office context as opposed to the residential context?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, just to seek some clarity, are you saying, would there be a context similar to the transit corridors, where we would apply that to office?
I think that's right.
Like a similar, so our major corridors, for example, would there be an opportunity to open the corridors for office development and make it as of right, so to speak,
That's right. That's the question. Would that be the sort of impulse you might use in preparing any such report for May?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that could certainly be an option that could be brought forward if council wished it.
Okay. I would say, as far as its useful direction is, I'm planning to vote against B, but I think if B does pass, it would be useful to have more permitted uses rather than discretionary, because I think the third delegate raised a pretty fair point, which is this uncertainty in the market and so on. So I'm all for good, firm regulation, but predictable regulation in the sense of either permitted or prohibited uses, as opposed to discretionary, insofar as we can do that. So I think that's a fair point. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor LeBlanc. Councilor Bresciani, please go ahead.
So I just have a question in regards to, Councilor LeBlanc had asked some of my questions. But are we concerned at all, and I know that every year it's kind of been looked at, Councilor Frindera is right, even from last term, this has been something we've been talking about as the whole office policy is being considered. We heard from the delegations, the last delegation, that this is something that has been raised by his group and maybe others, I don't know. But is this, I guess, why would we want to remain one of the highest regulated, and there's only 2 in all of Canada, why would we want to stay so regulated when we constantly say we're open for business? So I just need to get clarity on that.
Through you, Mayor Through you, Mayor Masters. So I think that's a great question and a great conversation to have. We recognize that downtown is a priority for the city and for council, and so I think that it's really just a balance. And so bringing this conversation forward is certainly one we look forward to. And we do hear from both stakeholders that are in favor of the office policy as it exists today, and we hear from stakeholders that would like to see the policy very much different. And so, again, it's a balance, and ultimately, if it's a conversation here at this table, then council can make that decision to make changes as they wish.
Thank you. The report that is going to come back, I do want to ask about the report that was supposed to come back to council. Did I hear you now? Because obviously the report has been done, but I understood also now you're going to go back to do more engagement. I just need to be clear on when the report that the delegation spoke about, is that what's going to come forward in May with this, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think there's some data that needs to be updated. We would need to do a refresh of some data update. I think that there would be some stakeholder engagement, but I think there would be more work and conversation in the context of trying to define the unique criteria, as we discussed Councillor Mancinelli's questions, and some parameters of what would be a unique opportunity that we would bring forward, and a scorecard, if you will, on how we would rate those projects.
Okay. Again, just wondering, so if we were to look at this, do we think that, do you think that the report that was supposed to come back, is that just a duplication of what will that report still come back? Like, I'm just trying to understand. I don't want to have a whole bunch of reports. I really want to make it simple. So I just need clarity on the report that was to come to council. This is more so on just the warehouse and other maybe examples of, I don't know what the wording was in the motion, but I just need clarity on when that other report, the bigger report, I think, you said is more engagement, when would that come back then?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would suggest there would only be one report that comes back that will address this motion. And the information that was previously prepared would be updated in part of this report, because it's all very relevant information.
Excellent. So you're saying that you've got enough time and that'll all come back in May?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes.
Okay, and that's again looking at the whole thing holistically, Russell Hill City.
Through you, Mayor Masters, currently the direction is pretty specific in the motion. The information would be, I guess, holistic office information, if that's what you mean.
Sorry, but the report that was coming back through the chair, that was going to be coming back this fall, this past fall, was information on improvements and suggestions of how to improve the policy, the downtown policy, looking at, that's what I remember. Are you saying that, and that's where I would look at flexibility? Now, it doesn't mean to be for unique circumstances, but are you saying that portion then won't be coming forward? It'll just be what this motion states?
Through you, Mayor Masters, are you asking if we would bring forward other options in addition to the direction that this motion is providing?
Yes, that was for the previous report that was supposed to be coming back. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think the report coming back was discussing a few different options. And if the request of council is that this report coming also discuss some alternative options, we could do that as well.
Yes, that's what I was, sorry, it's to be so unclear. Yes, Ms. Bryden, that was I was asking, because that work has already been done. So I guess my point was, I don't want to see another report come after the fact. So I guess I would have to ask maybe Councillor Fundura if he would be open to allow that information from the report that's already done to be added into the alternative options as well, as staff has prepared. So that could be C maybe, if he is open to that.
Question to me, Councillor Brasciani?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If it would.
So with this motion here, I was looking at a soft landing, meaning is to have a good conversation. But if you're looking at bringing that report back, I don't know.
I think they had it done already.
What's that? I think
I understood from Ms. Bryden that they have the information already done in this report. They did the engagement, it's there. But I guess they may have to tweak it a little bit now, bringing it forth when this comes forth. But we've already asked them to do a report on the downtown office policy, and there's recommendations there. My thing is, when your report is asking to come back in May, can they not also include those other alternative options that has been provided in that report? Because they've done the work already.
Well, they could probably just bring in another report. Already, through you, Mayor, I think they already talked about bringing and to the motion, what they bring the report, that will be part of it. It will, with some tweaks, am I hearing? But that report, whatever's written in the report that you had that was supposed to come back, the contents of that will come back or no?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the information is pretty static regardless. Like, it's data that we've gathered, information, comparison across the country, et cetera. I think this motion as it stands is directing us to specifically make recommendations based on the direction. What I'm hearing from Councillor Bresciani, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that Councillor Bresciani would also like to see some other options brought forward as part of the report.
Okay,
As those options, and just to clarify, Ms. Bryden, you indicated that those options are already done in that report. Is that accurate in this report has been done through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, administration has explored a few different options as part of the review. I think
Thank you. So would it come as a supplementary report to Councillor Fenderas to coming in May?
I think if Councillor Fendura is amenable, we could just include alternate options within this report.
I'm just going to interrupt.
Thank you.
Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
Mayor Masters, I have a recommendation. My recommendation is that the motion go ahead as it is. I'm going to kind of go back to when that original office report was going to come forward. The challenge was, I would say there was some recommendations that were more amenable to a larger group of diverse stakeholders, and there was some very divisive recommendations. And I would say the rub really is that we're saying that we're committed to downtown vibrancy, which we are. And then at the same time, we were bringing forward a report where we were saying, let's let businesses go somewhere else if they want to. And so I think while we're proving that we are putting resources into improving the downtown area, I think that Councillor Fendura, and I haven't really spoken to him about it, but the motion he's put forward are two of the less divisive recommendations that were in that report. So my recommendation would be that Councillor Fendura would proceed with his proposed motion as is, and then administration could commit to coming forward with a separate report with other recommendations, and I would challenge administration to do that post-summer, because we've made a bold promise that the citizens of Regina will notice municipal improvements in our downtown core. And frankly, I think it's easier to have conversations about change when we are also showing our commitment to downtown. So I would recommend leave it as is, and Councillor Bresciani is right, much of that work is already done. So putting it into a separate report while doing additional engagement and enhancements really wouldn't be any more work than lumping it all into one report where you might be at risk for less things passing if you have all of it in there.
Mayor,
Okay.
Yeah, so Councillor Bresciani, I agree to leave it the way it is, move it that way. So that was my soft landing, less divisive. It's because we have not discussed this for many years, since 2013. We have reports, we had informational reports, but we've never had it here in the public realm to have an actual, really true discussion about what that means. So I appreciate what you're saying, but we'll just stay with where we are. And then what City Manager mentioned.
Thank you for that. So Ms. Anderson, through the chair, I guess I'm a bit worried because And I so appreciate, that there's going to be more work done in engagement to move that forward, however that works. But when would that report come then?
Would September be okay? Yes.
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Through
yeah,
Mayor
Councillor
Masters, I
Weekend
just
was
wanted
waiting.
to check with administration
Oh,
because
thanks,
frankly, I
Debbie.
didn't want to be selecting dates without checking in. So I'll maybe ask Ms. Bryden to respond. Like my recommendation was September simply to kind of, do an assessment of how we did downtown over the summer. But that was with absolutely no conversation with anyone else in administration, so. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think September is probably fine.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. I just needed clarification on that report, and I do support this as well. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else here, so I'm just going to ask Councillor Fundura. I know you want to say, do you want to leave it as it is? I'm going to throw something up so you and I can chat about it. I want to add something in. Based upon the conversation from Judith Verasek, and Judith Verasek, as we all know, is an urban planner and has been across the country, International Downtown Association. She's pretty tapped into incentives and ideas. I would like a piece of the engagement committed to actual conversations with her and the downtown bid to come up with some innovative ideas for us. I think what she said is carrot in terms of the evolution for incentives to have things happen downtown.
I like dealing with carrot, I don't like dealing with stick.
What's that? Yeah, go ahead, put it up, yeah.
So that would be,
She'll just throw it up. If we've got March, April, if we've got 8 weeks, we've got administration who meets regularly with the downtown bid. I would say that in terms of what's in Ms. Verisek's pocket as it relates to incentive and investment initiatives that council could consider to support downtown densification. And I'm not qualifying it as residential or commercial. If there are some ideas there, I think Councillor Mancinelli, you had talked about a matrix. I think there should be a balance to this, and I think we should hear from some of the experts about our downtown. I think you need the mover to agree to it, but
yeah, I don't have any problem with that. I mean, we've talked about these things, right? And the carrot and incentivizing things, it makes sense, so.
and these are discussions. These are ideas to fit into your matrix. Councillor Mancinelli, I would need you as the seconder to agree.
I agree.
Yeah. Friendly amendment. Thank you. And yes, Councillor LeBlanc, before you ask, you can vote on it separately. We'll do 1B and C separately, if you'd like.
Well, pardon me. I'm okay with C being with A. It's just B I'd like to
B,
separate.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think part of this is, as we try to figure out how to incentivize things, we've got property tax abatements, we've got revitalization incentives, we've got housing incentive programs, we've got heritage grants. We keep layering it on, and it's like, at what point is the layering on going to trigger something? And so I think Judith brought up the City of Calgary and the municipal land development. I think it was $100 million back in, over the, to actually invest for conversion of residential. I'm not suggesting that, just so we're clear. But the reality is, at what point in time do you trigger something? And it's more around the ideas. Can I get a nod? Yeah, okie dokie, I got a thumbs up from Judith. Okay, on the amendment, Councillor, it's a friendly amendment, actually. Hang on one moment. Councillor Bresciani, I think you got a little bit of time left if you wanted to speak to the friendly amendment.
Yes, I guess I'm confused with the friendly amendment just because, sorry, I'll put my, just because when I asked the questions, I already heard that they actually are doing more engagement with the groups, the organizations with downtown. So I'm not sure why this is, I guess I'd like to just hear from administration, is this something that was not planned to be done?
Ms. Bryan, you want to take that one?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So thank you for that, Councillor Bresciani. This is specific to incentive and investment initiatives. And so no, we would, as part of this conversation at this point in time, we weren't intending to have this conversation. We were intending to do engagement about this kind of thing in review of our current revitalization and intensification policies. But this would be a little sooner than we'd intended, but this is just to have conversations for some options that council could consider. So, yeah, so this would be different than what we were initially intending.
Okay, yeah, then I'm fine with that. I think, yeah, it's time to start. We engage a lot. We just got to start moving forward with some of these things. So, okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fundura, you want to close off debate?
We've been at it for a while, so this is great conversation. Like I said to Councillor Hawkins, usually things that I work on is like 12, 13 years later it happens, right? So my whole term. Anyways, I appreciate the discussion. Let's move this forward. It's a good direction to discuss with the community how we want to grow and what is the purpose of us growing and work together. And like I said, this is the first time since 2013, since the OCP was created to bring it to fold. And we had some informational reports that come, but we never had a chance to discuss it. And this is one good start about and stirs up the interest in our city, gets the conversation going. So I ask the council to support this. Let's move this forward and grow together as a city as we are.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fundura. Council, what we are voting on is one, I'm going to try it again. You want to vote on 1B and then the balance of it separate? All right, at the recommendation of the clerk, we are going to vote on 1B first and then the balance of the motion following.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion on the vote for item 1B passes 8-1, with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Hawkins, Mancinelli, Fundura, Bresciani, Mole, Stevens, Stadnichuk, and Mayor Masters. And voting against is Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you to the clerks. Can we vote on the balance of the motion as it exists?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the remainder of the main motion passes unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thanks very much, Council. We have one more item on the agenda. We have delegations for it. We are legislative break for 15 minutes. I'll see you back here at 4:30. Thank you. He was coming, right? Yeah, all right. We've got quorum. We've got Councillor Molen-Bresciani online. We've got quorum. Council, we're now considering motion 24-3. We have delegations on this. I would like to call upon delegation Mark Nuevo, Jacob Panipakisik, sorry about that, Jacob, and Hope Henderson. When we start out, I'm going to ask each of you to state your name for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside, and then you'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be opportunity for you to answer some questions that they may have. Welcome this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Nuevo, representing North Central Strong, and I reside in Regina.
Hi, my name is Hope Henderson. I'm a representative of North Central Strong, and I also live in Regina.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacob Panipakisik. I am representing North Central Strong, and I live in Regina.
You go ahead.
My name is Jacob Panipakisik, and I am a youth advisor of the newly created North Central Strong Group. We thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and we are proud to be here to represent our community of North Central. As a bit of a background, we are Scott Collegiate graduates who continue to work with Growing Young Movers, GYM. GYM is a nonprofit that works to provide mentorship programming to the youth of North Central in the employment for people like me. Last June, we were asked to meet with Mayor Masters and Audrey Young to discuss the North Central community. At that meeting, Audrey and the mayor asked if we would be interested in forming a youth advisory committee to help guide them on neighborhood revitalization for North Central. We agreed, but at first I wondered if it would really grow into something. Since then, we have met at least monthly to discuss ideas, opportunities for North Central. I now know that change can happen. We just need your help. Some of the things we have talked about in our regular meetings were provided in our written submission, but we would like to highlight a few. We've discussed the environment of North Central, from sidewalks to alleyways and parks to public art. We have discussed the importance of implementing culture alongside the youth and other residents of North Central. We have discussed the lack of opportunities for employment and lack of access to basic needs, things like a grocery store or access to programs. We've discussed vacant, burnt, and boarded up housing.
My name is Hope Henderson. North Central Strong empowers youth with the resources to lead neighborhood renewal and practice kinship in the spirit of celebrating pride and ownership in the rich culture that community members can call home for future generations. Being part of North Central Strong makes us feel like we're finally being heard. We deserve to have an investment in our community. There is pride and ownership when we have a voice to lead in the development of programs, housing, services, and jobs. We want to contribute to the betterment of our community. Through our guidance, advice, and with the resources that are made available, we have an opportunity to build on the relationships and sense of community that already exists. The people within the community already have a sense of connection with one another. We need more exposure and opportunities within North Central to strengthen our community. We deserve safe and clean spaces where people feel valued and part of Regina. Our community is strong, and we deserve the things we have that have been made available in other areas in the city. We deserve the services, opportunities for employment, gathering spaces, stores, and safe housing that exists in communities you live in. We deserve to showcase our ability to make things happen and to create things that will help future generations. When we are successful and more opportunities are available, there is hope, celebration, and happiness. We want to uplift the community we call home. And on to Mark.
My name is Mark Nuevo, and I'm grateful to be here to speak on behalf of my community. Let me begin by stating that we just want kids, to be prideful, to be happy, and to be safe. What we're here to ask of Council today is to allow us to continue our work, to support us to continue advising the Mayor and Audrey Young as we work to make North Central even better. We're asking the city to collaborate and communicate with North Central Strong to ensure that the work that is being done to help us achieve our goals. We know this is ambitious, but we're tired of the neglect and empty promises that North Central has received. This neglect that has occurred in North Central will take years to repair, but we believe that by engaging with the community, by incrementally changing the environment of the neighborhood, by helping to develop programs that meets the needs of young and elderly, by seeing new buildings and park spaces be developed, and by sharing our challenges and our successes with good communication, we will succeed. We will be proud not only of the work we've done, but also the way we accomplished it. Thank you again for allowing our team to be here in Miigwech.
Thank you very much. Council has some questions for you. Councillor Fundura, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting. Good to see that strong, North Central strong. It's great. What inspired you three? There's got to be a role model. It could be something, or it could be an alley, it could be a street, or it could be anything. You talked about different things, the neglect and all those. What inspired you to come, not just come here, but to do what you're doing?
What inspires us is Brian and GYM, the GYM pathway, just because that's what we worked on before North Central Strong. And it helped us develop a sense of connection with the youth of North Central. And we want to accomplish more for the youth and better our community for them so they can live in a safe environment and be proud of their home and the community that they live in. Anything to add on?
Thank you for that. So next question, Mayor. So then you have made more connections now as you're growing. Every day you talk about elderly, you talk about seniors.
Yeah.
It is important to recognize the seniors need assistance within the neighborhood, and that's commendable. You have making connections. How you make those connections? I know you have a group and all, but is there like an individual level that you do as a group? How do you make those connections? But let's say for seniors, what is the main goal to, like, if they go shopping, or example, they go shopping, they're walking down the street, helping them. How do you make those connections?
Throughout high school and throughout Scott, we all attended Scott. There were a lot of cultural events at Scott, and a lot of the elderly came there, and that's where we built that connection, if that's what you're asking.
That's exactly the question, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So through the cultural events, I would say, yep.
Thank you. I wish you all success. This is great.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, love the presentation, thank you. You had mentioned neglect and empty promises. Heard that before. I was wondering if you could provide some examples of promises that had been made by different levels of government, the city, that were never fulfilled. And what do you think some of the most important issues are that we should take seriously in advance?
Some things that I noticed within the community and the neighborhood were the street conditions. The streets were supposed to be renovated and fixed, but they never were within like the 10 years I grew up within living in North Central. And it's two problems within like crossing lights and street lights not being put, like not working. And same with like the playgrounds, they're run down. They're really run down, and alleyways are dirty. The alleyways is a big part because of the addictions within North Central, and they were promised to be clean, but they never were, and it's dangerous for the young kids to be like walking around in the alleys with like dirt, and it's also like really disheartening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
From a youth perspective, I think everything's coming from a youth perspective, but if you're thinking about, in addition to what you've just mentioned, what affects your daily life as young people, what is lacking in North Central that you think might exist in other neighborhoods?
Playgrounds for the youth. What she said, she talked about like garbage pickup, other things like that. What else is there?
More businesses within the community, because there isn't any opportunity for the young youth to succeed.
So places for you to work
Yeah.
in the neighborhood?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or even like to start like working, or like just like your first job.
Okay. Thank you. It's been really helpful.
Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you so much for your presentation and being here. I want to ask you, you had all graduated from Scott, and one of the things when the Mama Waiting Center was approved and moved forward, one of the biggest things was we really wanted to make sure that the community, North Central community, kind of had a home there where youth could go and partake on the weekends and evenings and almost be like a place to gather and have some programming. Has that happened from your perspective?
Oh, sorry. You can finish.
No, go ahead.
I feel like it has, but it's not being utilized maybe after school hours as much as it should be, or in the weekends. Yeah, there are events that happen there. Example being GYM, but that only ends at 5 p.m. What we can do more after that, right?
100%. And I 100% agree with you. And that is the feedback that I think we need to hear from the North Central strong, as you've indicated, that what do you want to see there? What is going to help the kids thrive? You said we just want kids to be kids. So what kind of programming would you like to see enhanced there? And how could we do better? Because that's why that facility was built. Any thoughts on that?
I would say more physical activities for the youth, like, yeah, after school. What else?
I would also add on to cultural activities happening within the school, because there are round dances, but that doesn't happen very often. And my majority of the group living in North Central are First Nation. So having the heart of this, the school being the heart of North Central where cultural activities happen, that's a big thing. And it also brings the community closer together with connection and like through cultural activity.
100%. The commercial kitchen, oh, sorry, was there one more response?
Jacob, did you want to speak?
I was just gonna add on and say like being able to like access, I guess like being able to go to a sweat or like just
Parallel lessons.
yeah, just being able to like I don't know, experience your culture.
Yeah, great, thank you. And I guess the last question is, around when we talk about the need for the community, we look at playgrounds and that whole building community for the community. And we've got people, city people working at the Mama Waiting, we've got the city there, the library, of course the school. So I guess something I'd like to ask you is that if we go down this route to have this, which I think is a great idea, how do you see that you would be able to get in there and make a difference with those little pieces that already exist?
Sorry, could you rephrase that
Sure.
question?
Yeah, so, so you have the school there, you've got you've got Scott, you've got the library, you've got, you know, some programming and things like that, and you've also got the city of Regina there as well at the center, at the Mount Wayne Center. I know that's only one piece, but how do you think that you would be able to engage the youth to be able to access more of the programs and setting up the programs and all that? How do you think that you could do that?
Well, currently, we're still figuring out the details to move on to that.
Okay.
So we don't have the full details figured out yet.
Okay. Again, thank you so much for being here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'm wondering, have all three of you lived in, I can't recall if you said that in your presentation, have you lived in North Central all your life?
Yes.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. And over the time, have you lost friends or neighbors who used to live there, but they said, okay, we don't want to live in North Central anymore? Have you lost friends?
Yeah.
Yes.
And how was that? How does it impact your community?
Well, you notice a lot of boarded out and vacant houses, and having people leave your community makes you question whether you want to live in your community, and that's not like what we want anymore. We want to build that pride where we want to bring people into our community, and we want people to stay and live in our community and contribute with us. So, anything else?
Yeah. For me, like I guess my whole community, like my family, they had to move outside of North Central to like just to like afford a home. So it was either I went with them or stayed, and I chose to stay. But I don't know. It just kind of feels like they left me, but it's just they had to.
And through the chair, what were the main reasons that people left? You said they didn't want to live there anymore, but what were their specific reasons?
She told me, well, yeah, basically the environment, but also like the income. Like they didn't have enough income, and it wasn't really like pleasing to look at.
There were some questions that were already asked by some of the other councillors about what's missing, what you see is missing in North Central. And I guess I'd like to ask that question again, but from different age perspective. So for really young kids, like I know that there are a lot of agencies in North Central that do different work. Some are targeted maybe to younger kids or whatever. Is there a particular age group in North Central that's where the need is the greatest in terms of developing new programming or new activities?
Yes, I would say youth, like young teenagers, are in most need, just because I feel like in North Central they grew up and they got used to the state of North Central, so they lost hope and they lost the hope to succeed, and they lost the motivation because everything stays the same. They don't feel cared for, they don't feel heard or anything, so they figure like, what's the point? And I feel like through this, I want to change their perspectives and their mindset, and to show them that there can be change if you try, and they can succeed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Jacob, Hope, Mark, we appreciate your coming today. Thank you for that. Can you tell us a little bit about North Central Strong? How many of you there are? How do you go about talking to people and meeting, and what it's been like to be a part of North Central Strong over the last few months?
So there are 6 of us. There's only 3 of us currently right now in Regina, but we all pretty much went through high school together throughout grade 9. So we always had that connection. And I guess through that, we kind of just built more connections through the mayor and through Brian. And every month we meet weekly, not weekly,
at least
once
like
a week.
once a month.
Yeah, once a month.
Sometimes
And
twice.
sometimes twice. But we do talk about some, some other serious topics and other stuff like that. But I feel heard, and I can say the same with my colleagues here. And I think that's that's really important.
We also discussed, like, how to change within like, how to change North Central, like the community of North Central for the better, and we brainstormed ideas. We also discussed, like, all the things that are wrong with North Central and that need to be improved. What else did we discuss? We discussed, like, North Central Strong, about how we want to get t-shirts made too, like merch. Yeah. Yeah, we're in the process of it, still talking about it.
Great. One of the things this motion asks is that council empower your group to guide and lead community engagement to identify needs. That's a pretty big task. What are your thoughts on how you might go about doing that?
So with our project on Parkdale Park, we are thinking of community engagement and activities through there, like where all the community can come and we can ask questions about, what they need, what they want. Same thing with Scott. We can go to the school because the youth there, and I think that's how we were planning to do it, other stuff like that. Yeah.
Great. And in your discussions to this point, what's the most exciting idea that you've heard from your friends and those people you've been talking to?
So currently right now, we're still in the process of doing the community engagement part. So yeah, we haven't really heard much from that, but yeah.
And if you could look forward 5 years from now, what's the single biggest change that you'd like to see?
I would like to see change within the community of North Central and the perspective of the youth there. I would like to see them strive for success and to accomplish more than what we have growing up.
I'd like to see graduation rates go higher.
For you.
More job opportunities in North Central, and more students in schools there in North Central.
Great. Jacob?
I kind of just like to see like other culture or like diversity within the community, like people coming outside, like maybe like, I don't know, just like more, it would be more like brand new, I guess.
It's terrific. Well, we're listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Manzanelli, go ahead.
Thanks. I was just wondering, I remember a long time ago being young and trying to get other people to maybe listen to you when you're looking at things a little bit different and seeing if they're interested too. How have people reacted to some of your enthusiasm and belief in North Central and trying to get the community to be engaged? Other young people really been gracious and wanting to be part of it, respectful? Are they excited? Do they believe in you?
From my experience, yes, because I do have friends that are still in high school, and I shared what we were doing with them, and they seemed really excited for change to be brought to our community. And they would like to be on this once we do develop our team more and develop this stage more. We would like to bring in more people and expand this opportunity to others. Yeah. Anything else to add?
Some of my friends that I've told they've been told the same stuff, you know, we're doing this, we're doing that. They believe it's not gonna happen. But, you know, we're committed to this and we just gotta show that to them.
Thanks.
My friends, like I don't know. They kind of like, I won't believe it till I see it. So.
Appreciate that. I think that merch idea, you guys are going to put a good name on that. Your enthusiasm is very, very noticeable. Thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Fundura, you're back.
One more. Mayor, through you. Question is, the conversation was about after-school programs. I remember when the Mawawaitan Center, Scott, with many folks together, I remember being there, talked about after-school programs. There was some idea of that supervised or after-school programs were not going to be permitted. Is there supervised after-school programs at the center that the youth can attend to that? That was the discussion. I think I heard you say that you need more, but I wasn't sure if I heard you saying if it's happening or you cannot use the center or cannot use the school after hours.
There are a few. There's First Nations basketball, that's FN, and like we said, GYM, Growing Young Movers. But I don't think there's much else rather than that, so that just shows, yeah.
And so what I'm hearing is that what you are looking, that's what your main, not just main goal, but one of the goals that get supervised after school when they're drop-in. There used to be in the years when we were a little younger, we were able to go to school after school or go off after supper, go into elementary school and go into high school and use the facility. It was supervised, there was a place to drop in, you know, you had supervision, you had people to talk to and all that. That's one of your goals, I believe. And so from this motion, I might have to ask the city how the facilities are permitted to be used after hours. So I'll ask them, but I don't know if you know or not, but I think that's what you were. My question is that one of the goals is to have more activities after school, yes. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'll ask the administration about opening the doors to these schools for that purpose. It isn't just a city thing, it's an education system and all that, right? So other governments need to get involved. Thank you. Mayor, thank you for letting me indulge in my comment.
Absolutely. Hi, guys. Hi, guys.
Hi.
So I'm going to ask, this is the personal question. Why is it important to you?
It's important to me because I'm making a change into something that I knew as a kid I would have wanted. I would have wanted someone to tell me that I do have a voice, that I deserve this, and that I can do this, and that I have the same opportunities as any other kid in any other neighborhood.
To me, it's important because what I'm doing can make an impact for the future, for the better. And it can, it not only contributes towards North Central, but Regina as a whole, just because North Central is really neglected. And that does slow down a city as a whole if you do neglect a certain part. So I would like to contribute to this to make an impact for the future, for the betterment of not only North Central, but Regina too.
It's important to me because it just shows the community I come from, it can change and it doesn't have to stay at this state it's in.
All right. Council's going to hear from Mr. Nair in a bit, from Bill. What have you been working on with him?
We've been working on a park, Parkdale Park. Yeah.
You want to talk about it?
Oh, well, when it first started, we just gave out random ideas and kind of just lumped them together, how it would kind of look at in the park. And then we kind of developed the ideas and left out ideas that don't really contribute towards the the betterment of the park. And yeah, we discussed the plans, the upcoming plans of what we want to do and the things that will go into the park and the events that will happen there.
Currently, right now, there is a swing set, a slide, and 3 tires at that park. So, yeah, I think it's very important that we do something about that for the youth. And if we do want change, it's in the youth. I do believe that, you know, if we want change, it's them. We got to do something about that, yeah.
Jacob, is it one of the see it to believe it?
Yep.
Jacob and I have an ongoing battle here, just so you know. You want to warn council that you'll be coming back later this year with the park proposal? I think that's outstanding. I don't see any other questions from council. Is there anything else you want to share today? Attaboy, attaboy. Thank you. You did outstanding. Thanks for presenting to council today. Really appreciate it. You can return to the gallery. We'll hear from the old guys. I'll call upon delegation Brian Lewis. I believe it's Dr. Lewis. You can state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you live. You're going to have 5 minutes to present to council, and they may have some questions for you afterwards. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brian Lewis. I represent Growing Young Movers Youth Development, which is a nonprofit here in Regina, and I'm a resident of Regina, Ward 1. Thank you for the time. Like I said, I'm the executive director of Growing Young Movers. It's a nonprofit that works primarily within North Central Regina. I'm here today to share a glimpse of what I've come to know, having worked and researched alongside the youth of North Central for the last 12 years. A little bit more about GYM, just so we can understand the context a little bit more. We run after-school programming at the Mama Wayatton Center every day, open the doors, and we hire young people from Scott Collegiate to work and be paid as youth mentors to work alongside hundreds of youth within North Central. So we believe that by positioning young people in this way, we can shift narratives. Our goals are to eliminate the gaps that exist for young people, primarily Indigenous young folks in our city, in our province, through employment and through high school completion. I was told by a close friend and a mentor of GYM, Joseph Natauhau, who's an elder with us, that we live the story we see and we live the story we hear. Over the past 12 years, I've seen in the youth, what I've seen in the youth and what I've heard from the youth has had tremendous impact on me, and I see the tremendous impact it's having on their community. What I've come to know from having the privilege of coming alongside the youth of that community are too many to list here today. But I have learned that we need to position youth differently, providing opportunities for young people to share the skills and talents they have. I've learned that opportunity leads to empowerment. I've learned that the smallest change has greater impact than we can ever measure. Far too many barriers still exist when it comes to young people completing high school, from housing to transportation to food security. Young people have ideas and wisdom to impact the community they truly, truly love. And I've learned that young people will not be defined by the common narrative of North Central. And those youth will continue to shift that narrative. We live the story we see. And these young folks need to see a story of commitment from us. When I say us, I mean our city. They need to see action. They need to see investment. The strength of these young people to come here today and sit all afternoon is profound. It truly is. They have had a lifetime of empty promises and neglect. And I don't say that lightly. That's from me spending hours upon hours with these young folks and listening to them, truly listening to them. They will continue to do the work. We just need to come alongside as allies and commit to working with them. If you cannot see it, you can never imagine it. And they can see it. They can start to see it. So commitment counts, and I'm so privileged to be here. I'm always moved to hear what they have to tell us, and I thank you. I'll take any questions. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Brian. Does any member of council have any questions? Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Brian, and for the work that you do. I just, and I apologize. You said you're with the Growing Young Movers for 12 years. That's your business, through the chair?
It's a nonprofit that's been working in Regina for 12 years. Maybe if I could give a little more context, it started back in 2013 when I was trying to find a way to connect with young people. I'm a teacher. I teach part-time at Scott Collegiate as well. And I started offering after-school programming in Kitchener Elementary School with the whole intent of always employing young people. So I hired, at that time, 2 past Kitchener Elementary School students that were high school students at Martin Collegiate. And we typically had 5 kids show up once a week to a program, and I'd pay the young mentors cash because we didn't even have a bank account yet. Currently today, we employ, and we're prepared in this next fiscal year to employ over 75 young people from Scott Collegiate, and I don't pay them cash anymore. We have a bank account, and we're a nonprofit charitable organization that provides for that community and works with youth in that community.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. That's awesome. Thank you for that clarity. You talked about that you do after-school programs or something after school. And I think that's one of the concerns I've heard in the last, I'm going to say, since the Mum Awakening has been open, is the fact that there's not enough, and I heard it again today, that there's not enough programs for youth or drop-ins, and that was the reason the whole facility, a portion of that was built, was for the community. Were you around at that time or involved in any of that when that was discussed? And you said you're doing it right now. Is that correct?
That's correct. We were approached 6 years ago. Folks that were working at the center at the time became privy to what we were doing at Kitchener and asked if we'd bring it to the center. So we did. It was shortly after that I came to understand and come to know folks within the school of Scott Collegiate. And in fact, what happened 5 years ago is through my work, my doctoral research, it kind of drove the idea that we needed to try to figure out a way to blend school with employment in a meaningful way. And so truly, I fabricated an idea of what's now known as the leadership pathway at Scott Collegiate. So the students within that pathway take courses, electives in the areas of outdoor education, land-based education, physical education, but they also work as paid employees with the after-school program. So if you imagine it, they're in school during the day, the bell rings, they move down to the city gymnasium, and they're paid to work with the kids in the community who come from all the elementary schools in the community. And it's a mentorship piece. And it's allowing those young people to see that story of high school attainment, of graduation, of employment, of another story. And we now have past little ones at Scott Collegiate as mentors who will then graduate. And just to add to it, 88% of our kids that have worked with GYM have graduated high school, 88.
Wow, that's awesome.
For 5-year graduation rates of Indigenous youth in Saskatchewan, it's 61%. 3-year graduation rates, which is what is the norm, it's under 50%. So we're trying to figure out different ways to do school, but also provide employment for young people. And we see that center as the place, like you said, and we're prepared, and we now have funding in place moving forward to hire more young people to work in the kitchen, to have that open in the evenings, and pay them to do it, because they need to be paid. Many of these kids live alone. Many of these kids need the funds to be able to come to school. So that's why we're trying to look at things differently. Thanks.
Perfect, thank you. That was my next question. Was that commercial kitchen that was built there? That commercial kitchen, what I understood, was also there to be for a training base. Do you know, since you've been there as a teacher, has it ever been used as a training base for students to learn to do some commercial cooking, to get out into that field for training, through the chair?
Oh, most definitely. There's a pathway in commercial cooking and hospitality and tourism in our school, and that's where we want to dive in and be able to employ some of those kids with their skills to offer their skill set to the community as well. I know there's evening cooking classes. I know Chili for Children obviously does things out of that kitchen as well. So again, there's still more room, but a thing I've also learned over my time and from Joseph is we can't offer something we can't sustain, because too many times we bring something in and pull it away, and that's more detrimental than offering it in the first place, in my personal opinion. So everything has been strategic. We don't promise anything we can't deliver on for as long as they want it there. So like I said, we started with 2 kids and a $10,000 grant, and now we're much, much larger than that, employing many, many kids. So.
Okay, and can I just ask you, the sports teams at Scott, do they have full teams, full active teams, through the chair? You know?
Currently, we had volleyball teams at Scott this fall. We have a boys junior and senior basketball team right now. They have badminton. I mean, we need to get more people in that building as far as Scott Collegiate goes, and that's one of my visions too, is by employing kids to come to school, it changes what school can look like. We know, or we should know, that how school has been done is not working for this community. So we need to think differently, and we're starting to.
Okay, and I guess what would you see as the barriers? Because we've had barriers, we know there's barriers having it being a school with the library, with the library plus the city there. Being there, have you seen any of what are some of the barriers that maybe have not worked so well when we actually thought holistically it should work really well?
Of the center specifically?
Yes.
I don't really see it. I don't see there as being barriers. I see there as opportunities. I honestly, I just see that there's plenty of opportunity, but there has to be sustainable approaches to it. Like I said, we're prepared, and we are now funded to offer evenings and Saturdays, and we're working on figuring out how we're transporting all these kids to and from, because we know after listening to the communities that we need to find safe transportation to get these kids to and from. And we need a place that they can call home, and many do. I was driving by, and the kids were screaming at me because they saw me driving on my way to City Hall today from the Mama Center. Hey, Brian, like, they know because we've been there and we're consistent. So that's what we want more of, and that's what these young people, they're very modest. They worked with us for years. What they do on a daily with the little ones is spectacular. And now they're moved on out of high school, and in a new role. They're going to make other changes to help impact the young ones. Like they said, they didn't really know until they started working with us. And then now they're connected to those young people, which I think is outstanding.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I didn't, barrier is not the right word, but I know when I had, years ago when it first came up, I did offer to help out coaching volleyball. And I know there was a concern with after school not being able to use those volleyball nets from the community side compared to the school. So just kind of some of those unified conversations that need to go a long way, but you may not be aware of some of those, and that's fine.
Well, I would just say to that is, yeah, those are things that I think maybe near the start when it was like, is this mine, is this yours type of thing, because it is new to share a space. I don't see any of that anymore. In the current makeup of how that building runs, everybody's, they see it as a community space. We have kids in one gym, we have equipment moving from gym to gym. Sometimes our program gets double booked and we'll go use the other space, or, yeah, it's just, I see it as a space where, again, we can have more opportunities for young people, but I don't see that anymore, no.
Okay, and the last question I have is just, we heard from the three youth indicating that there's a need for more programming there. You've indicated there is some programming after school. What other programming did you see that also, from your expertise of working and hearing from youth, what would you be suggesting to the chair?
I'm honestly, certainly, like Jacob alluded to many times, some cultural, more cultural type programming within the center. Again, it comes down to asking the young people, and I mean, we've offered science camps. We can see ourselves offering construction camps, taking advantage of, you know, the woodworking facility within the center. Again, there's just unending opportunity of whatever the kids want. But again, it comes down to, it's good to want it, but we have to be able to sustain it. And we're at the point now where we can say, okay, you want to bring in a drumming group? We'd love to partner you and bring them in, but we could also offer 4 mentors to work with your group, and we'll pay them to be alongside these young ones, because it shifts how things work. If it was just me coming into a place and doing things, it wouldn't work. I just open the doors and they do the work. They don't think it's work, I hope, but because the kids relate to them, because they're from the same community.
100%. Thank you so much. Thanks
Yep.
for the work you do.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stanachek, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming, and through the chair, I did have a question regarding what successes you have seen through the programming that you have been involved in. You already answered it partially in terms of the high school graduation rate.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I guess maybe on a more personal level, what kinds of successes have you seen in terms of the youth that have gone through the program?
Oh my gosh, I mean, how they carry themselves, the pride they have, they've always had it. I believe that, and my studies alongside them, it's come out that they've always known that they're leaders and teachers, but they need the opportunity to do it. So once they've had it, it's so empowering for me to want to do more for them. Being able to provide for their family. Like, it blows me away on a daily what some of these young folks do with their funds that they earn. They're so selfless, and we as a society could learn so much from these young folks that live in this community. Just coming to school when you don't know where you're going to live the next day. Again, the housing situation in North Central is, we need to do something. I have so many young kids who have no secure place to live, but they're still coming to school every day because they know that they'll be safe there, but they also know that at the end of the day when they're working and the little ones come in, they're on a pedestal, and that's good for them, and that's empowering for everyone. It blows me away how some kids get to school with what they have going on, let alone how they get there. We can talk about transportation. We could talk about food insecurity, right? All of that, so.
And I guess, again, through the chair, those that have gone through the program and have now graduated, have you seen them being able to be more successful in whatever they choose to do, if it's post-secondary education or work or?
Well, these three are one example. They
Yeah.
all graduated last year. Hope's at the First Nations University. Mark's going to have his own barber shop in a year. I mean, listen to Jacob. I mean, these kids are sometimes the first in their families to graduate. And those are examples. We have kids working with the City of Regina now after graduating high school. We have kids that work with GYM. If they apply to work for summer recreation programs for the city, they're scooped up like that because they know they have training, certification, years of employment. So yeah, again, post-secondary may not be the path for everyone.
No.
A lot of these young folks, they just want a job. They want to have an honest income and a safe place to live.
And because they are employed, they have the employment experience, which some kids wouldn't have to put on a resume when they're applying for other jobs. And also, I assume you would give recommendations as well. Is that something that you do so that they, post-school, they can, they have a reference for another job through the chair?
Most definitely. I wish I could employ a full-time reference letter writer, but I'm getting good at templates and saving. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
I mean, when someone can phone me up and say, so-and-so from 3 years ago applied for this, I'm like, oh, how is she doing, right? And I can tell them exactly what they did with us, why they'd be a great fit. It's all part of it. They need to see a different picture, a picture of employment, of a graduation, and things like this. These young people seeing this, seeing what this is all about, the decisions made in the city. We don't know. Like I said, the small changes, we can't measure those. We don't know where this will be. Hope might be working at City Hall in 10 years. Honestly, we don't know. But if you've never seen it, you can never imagine it, right?
And we've been on good behavior today. My last question is that you talked about that you have funding and it's a nonprofit organization. Is it just through donations or do you have secure funding, like from a particular level of government?
I mean, we have it from all levels of government. Again, as a nonprofit, if you know anything about that, it's a year-to-year thing, which
Right.
is really tough when you want to grow and sustain. But we've worked extremely hard to secure funds. We have some private funders within the City of Regina, some of that, but many of our dollars come from granting agencies. We have some secured funds from the city that we get on an annual basis through the social inclusion grant, from Sask Lotteries, which is allocated through the city. But again, it's year to year, right? So that's a push of our board, is to try to find secure funds. We've been working and meeting with the government of Saskatchewan to say we need a 5-year commitment to things like this. We can prove that we can graduate more kids. We can prove that we can decrease the unemployment rate in these underserved communities. Again, it comes to thinking differently how things can work, but it's a year to year, and I wish it wasn't. I really do, but we do the best we can, and we're doing quite well, I would say.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. I don't see any other questions, Brian, so I'm going to ask you a question. When I first asked you to come down, through Mr. Slater, and you came down and I showed you what, Audra and I showed you the nuttiness that we were working on.
Mm-hmm.
What was your idea that you've made me promise to advocate for?
Huh.
The bigger one.
I have a lot of ideas.
I know you do. We're good with them.
We need a space for young people. We need an intergenerational housing complex near Scott Collegiate that can house elders at a reasonable rent, that connects those elders to young people. But we have a severe need for apartment-style housing for high school students who are either Section 10, meaning they're the property of the government in a terrible way to put it, but they have nowhere to be, and they want to be in school. We need that right across the street from our school. We need a 10 or 12 room complex, because we would have it full tomorrow of kids who are coming to school who have 95 or, you know, high averages, but have nowhere to live and no family. And we need that. I have kids, I've showed them my dream, I've shown them drawings, and they're, when is this gonna happen, Brian? And again, to Jacob's point, some don't believe it ever would, and I guarantee it will, because we need it. We need these kids to get through school. And not just to say you're through school, but it will impact our community more than we can measure for years and years to come. So that's my big ask. If you want to, we can
No,
talk about
I'm
that
really
more,
good with
but
it.
yeah.
I hadn't said anything,
I know,
so.
but it's again, it's a need for these folks.
Okay, before I let you go, number of conversations. You've been in the room lots when we've been talking to the kids. I'd like you to share what's good. What's good about North Central?
Oh, so much. Oh my gosh, the people are the kindest people I've ever met. And it's not the story that is in the media. The kids are so genuine. If you listen, if you truly listen, they'll have you'll if you truly listen, they'll give you everything they got. But that's why I wanted to be here today. We can't just hear what they say. We need to listen to what they need. We really do. We really do. And they'll guide us, and they've guided us. Like I said, we started from nothing in a basement of Kitchener, handing out $20 bills to kids who worked from my own pocket, to hundreds of thousands of dollars in budget, and 40, 50, 60, we're going to have probably 75 kids employed in that center come this June. It takes time, but it takes effort and commitment. And that's when you have that and you show that to young people, they'll give you everything they got. And that's what we want, because like Mark said, they're the next, they are the answer, the young people. We can't continue, like Hope said, to have 10, 11, 12-year-olds be empty because they had nothing. The little ones, they're full of it. They're so naive, let's be honest. And we want that to stay within them. We want them to continue to be a child. We don't want a 9 and 10-year-old to not be a child anymore. You know what I mean? So I could go on. It's never worked going there. These young people, they inspire me every day. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Brian.
Okay.
Appreciate you being here today.
Thanks.
I'd like to call upon Delegation William Nair. Mr. Nair, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you live. You're going to have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time there's going to be questions.
Great. My name is Bill Nair. I have a company called Nair & Associates, and I'm a resident here in Regina. So good afternoon, Your Worship and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to share with you my report of recommendations for the revitalization of North Central. This report is based on engagement opportunities that were provided by last year's CNU Walk and the ongoing dialogue with the North Central Strong team, that amazing group you've had an opportunity to meet, and it is a true privilege to work with them and learn from them. In any conversation with the North Central community members, the love, the passion, the commitment to their neighborhood comes through quickly. They strongly believe that their neighborhood is already a great place to live and needs investment and support, not pity and more hollow promises. A consistent theme from both engagement groups is to avoid at all costs the harmful effects of gentrification, which include having increased housing costs and forcing them out of their own neighborhood. Equally important was the opportunity to purchase a home in their own neighborhood and no longer be at the mercy of predatory slum landlords. Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Report, Call to Action number 92, underscores the need for full economic participation as part of the path to reconciliation. This statement was recently echoed by Brzezinski Boyce, a founder of the Congress for the Congressional Black Caucus for New Urbanism, when he said there can be no reconciliation without economic participation. But what Brzezinski and his colleagues also reminded us is that the credit score is now the new redlining. It's all about economic opportunity, which why I feel so strongly about recommendation 7 in my report, which is the engagement of the neighborhood evolution. It provides the foundation for economic participation. But before implementing any kind of revitalization strategy, meaningful measures must be taken to avoid irreversible damage to the neighborhood and its residents. One of the challenges when you embark on this type of endeavor is to avoid the effects of what Jane Jacobs calls catastrophic money in her book, The Death and Life of Great American Cities. All too often when significant funds are invested in a neighborhood, the results have been less than desirable. The list of urban renewal projects that have forced residents out of their communities is long and notorious. There's a delicate balance between outside investment and neighborhood residential ownership that must be diligently managed. But by learning from other jurisdictions, you can avoid the past mistakes and possibly become one of the first jurisdictions to tame the effects of uncontrolled urban renewal. In my report, recommendations 7, 10, 11, and 16 through 18 are specifically designed to encourage economic participation and the protection of the current residents. As a council and administration, you have been given a very rare opportunity to take early actions to mitigate the adverse effects of uncontrolled revitalization. The Maori have an expression, walking backwards into the future. It has also been expressed as walking into the future with your eyes fixed on the past. It is a belief that the past is central to and shapes both your present and future identities. By carrying your past into the future, you carry the strength and wisdom of your ancestors with you. North Central neighborhood has a vibrant history. Honoring those who came before by carrying their legacy and strength into the future will allow future generations to call North Central their home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nair. Any member of council have any questions? Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just looking for more background on how you came to compile these recommendations and your interaction with youth in the community.
I saw an opportunity through an organization that I belong with, the Congress for New Urbanism, and they put out a challenge for its members in communities to find ways of getting involved that deal specifically with equity and climate resilience. And through that, I reached out to the mayor's office about doing something in conjunction with North Central. North Central has always had a special place in my heart. I have family that had grown up there, and I have a remembrance of what it was and believe that it can be very similar going forward. And so it was through that opportunity that we got to find out more about the neighborhood and then find out more about the North Central Strong group. And through that, I quickly volunteered as quickly as possible to get involved with these amazing young people and to learn from them and to gain the information that is so often missing when we do these kinds of activities, that first-hand, on-the-ground report, people who's living and call the community home. And so it is through that process and through that dialogue that I've had a real privilege to get to know members of the community through the walk and now ongoing through the North Central Strong.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question, your recommendations at first blush make good sense to me. I don't see them reflected directly in the motion that's before us. I guess the clarifying question through the chair is that about your read of things? And relatedly, I'll ask staff, but is it, if you would like us to sort of formally consider your recommendations, we would need to tack something onto this notice of motion?
I think it's the latter. The report and the recommendation was to sort of further out this involvement. My belief is so firm in that you get one opportunity to take these steps, and moving forward through the whole process of community engagement, it really requires understanding where you're going and the things that you need to put into place. So ideally, personally, I would love if some of these things wound up as part of the motion to set that ground, that firm ground to go forward as the administration and you as council go forward in tackling this issue.
Thank you. And then just a point of explanation I'll ask you. Several of your recommendations speak to, looks like potential changes, including zoning changes along Fifth Avenue. If you can just speak to us a bit about Fifth Avenue as it is now and as you envision it if these recommendations came through.
Fifth Avenue is one that is really it's a difficult point for me because I have a very strong recollection of small little businesses, people starting out their business lives along Fifth Avenue, and it was a vibrant, wonderful street at one time, and to see the state that it is in now is heartbreaking. But as we've gone forward with the city, one of the most challenging things that we face has been we have gone through the adoption of what's referred to as Euclidean zoning. We have this separation by use. And what that has caused is this disintegration of these small businesses within neighborhoods that are often the center. Fifth Avenue is sort of the natural place to see the revitalization of sort of a neighborhood community business center. The building typology that's there already matches exactly what's needed. And the greenest building is the building that's standing. So it makes sense, but going forward, it needs to have its zoning addressed so that it can allow the opportunities for people to look at what potentially could happen. By putting that in place early on, people will know what potentially can be done. There can also be an active look by the community for business that could fill into the neighborhood. So zoning is a huge part of making not only, I think, North Central vibrant. Zoning is a key to making our city more vibrant going forward. But I say that as a dyed-in-the-wool form code zoning person, so I bring a certain amount of preference into that. So.
Thank you. And then finally, I see recommendation 10, facilitate the establishment of a community land trust. Can you elaborate what that is and what role you might see that having in these things?
The community land trust to some degree is part of the secret sauce. It is something that has been done successfully, probably in the UK for quite a while, and it's starting to get more traction here. Cities even like Vancouver have realized it's the only way to possibly control affordability going into the future. So the land trust is basically an assembly of land that is managed by a group of people from industry, from government, and also from the people who are the tenants in the land at the time. But it allows you to take that piece of property out of the game of ongoing development. It allows a piece of property to be forever affordable. But saying that, while they own the land, there is also still the opportunity built within the system that allows for equity growth. So in a lot of these organizations that we've looked at and studied, there have been people who became first-time owners, homeowners. They came into a land trust, a property that was controlled and affordable, and based on the arrangement, they were allowed to take with them to their next move some amount of equity brought in, which is what has been missing from the whole processing. People who have had a lifetime of renting have never had the opportunity to gain it. And land trusts are one of the bastions that really kind of holds things together, and it's one of the things that many cities wish they would have done years ago.
Yeah. Hey, sorry, one more flowing from that. From your answer, it sounds like establishing a land trust could have an important role in resisting gentrification as it revitalizes. Now, can you tell me, am I right in that, and if so, how so?
It's very correct. It is the ability to, whenever you go into a neighborhood, and this is sort of played out in many communities, sort of big and small, as soon as you see some activity going on into a neighborhood, it's like the great gold rush. So everybody's in there doing land speculation, hoping that they can hold the land and make money from it. Land trusts take that off the table and says, this land will forever be part of the trust and it will always be affordable. And it's really the only way to control that. You combine a land trust with the power of something like a land bank, you then all of a sudden have an immense opportunity to change a neighborhood. At Congress last year, after we did the walking tour, I went and sat with a lot of my colleagues who are very well learned in these matters. And when I started showing them images of North Central and talking about everything from the size of the lots to the affordability, they looked at me and just, you realize the opportunity that your city has. Your city has an opportunity to do something that none of us ever have had. And that's a result of the property that potentially could be owned and under the control of the city. And so it is, North Central is like the perfect buffet for this kind of opportunity. The size of the lots, huge. The affordability of the housing, the street grid. And I mean, one of the other things they talk about is having a defined neighborhood. Well, North Central is one of the most physically defined neighborhoods in terms of two main arteries and railways. It also talks about, well, you need to have community buy-in. Well, my gosh, anyone that I've ever met in North Central is bought in. They're ready to go. They would love to move tomorrow. So it is, I apologize for the longer explanation to that, but really at the end of the day, it is really one of the foundation stones on building good revitalization in a neighborhood like North Central.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Bill, your walking tour approach aligns nicely with the data we have on the socioeconomics of North Central. I'm talking specifically about the difference between East and West North Central. It's often figured to be one holistic neighborhood, but there's big differences. Where do you see that dividing line when it comes to the actual lived reality on the street? And maybe you could talk a little bit about the difference between the west side of North Central and the east side in terms of what kind of investments are required, what kind of intervention by the city, and so on.
When I first sort of undertook this study, I had forgotten exactly how big North Central is. And you're right, one of the first things that becomes very apparent, it is definitely monolithic. So you have this whole section that kind of takes really, from Dewdney to 5th, and as you kind of move towards 4th, it changes to some degree. And then as you start moving to the west, there are changes. So it is an interesting opportunity in that you need to be efficient in making any development plans or opening up the community for investment. You need to provide opportunities for individuals to get involved that are, say, outside of the community. There are certain areas that don't have the same economic pressures as those that do. And those that do really require us, you're talking about almost a lot by lot, street by street intervention all the way along. So when you sort of have that core that sort of centers around the Mamawayatin Center, that's where a lot of the focus has to be. And then as you sort of start spreading out and you get further to the south and further to the west, then you start seeing that this is maybe not the most critical place for an intervention, yet there are still opportunities for investment in the neighborhood that will bring together an overall healthy neighborhood. So yeah, there is some very defined areas that will take very specific interventions and involvement to get the work done.
Thank you. Through the chair, Fifth Avenue and Dudney feature prominently in your report, and you talked already about the zoning component. But for a vibrant commercial area like 13th and so on, you also need the right socioeconomics around that. So you can build beautiful shops, but people don't have money to actually spend. Maybe you can talk a little bit about how do you get things started to make it an actual small commercial space, but also like what do we have to do then to make sure that people can actually afford and go down to those shops and spend money?
You're right, that's a big part of the challenge when you look at that neighborhood. Fifth Avenue, I have greater optimism than Dudney Avenue. Dudney Avenue, one of the things that came out of the walking tour, which was absolutely astounding to me, was that almost everybody as part of the walking tour has been hit by a vehicle or knows someone that's been hit by a vehicle. One or two is an odd, interesting statistic. To have the whole group is absolutely astonishing and horrific. So Dudney Avenue's interventions will probably be the secondary part, where Fifth Avenue is where to start. What we're learning now when we talk about revitalization in a neighborhood like that is to provide the opportunity for small micro businesses to start. Ideally, you're wanting to be able to provide spaces anywhere from 300 to 500 square feet that, number one, are affordable. Number two, 9 times out of the 10, there'll be something that's applicable to the neighborhood. If you can have the affordable rent, chances are they can provide a price point in either their service or the item that they sell that will be more in line with what the neighborhood could afford. As that develops, you will probably find, and as there are more shops, people from outside the neighborhood now start paying interest in what's going on, and they find out, wow, there is this really interesting little bead shop that's opened up on Fifth Avenue. You got to check it out. So they go out and check Fifth Avenue new shop, and they see, hey, stuff is happening in the neighborhood. Maybe it's a little bit more safer to be there. So I wish it would be one of those more quick fix things, but it is one of those cases where it's the perfect example of incremental growth. One of the other items that I had mentioned in there was about dedicating a site that could be used for pop-ups. And other communities have found this as a great tool. A lot of businesses that are starting up again, this is stuff that's a second activity that's run out of their basement, and they're looking for an opportunity to put their items to market. The more opportunities, whether maybe you can't even afford the little pop-up shop right off the bat. If you can afford a stall, then you start sort of bringing this vibrancy and you start building the self-reliance in the neighborhood. So I believe Fifth Avenue will play a greater importance in the beginning than Dudney, although Dudney is important. Dudney serves as a very unnatural barrier between one half of the community. It literally it divides it in half. And so there are things that have to be done in terms of traffic calming and all of that to bring it all together. But I think Fifth Avenue will be there, and I think incremental growth will bring small businesses to life, which will bring other businesses, which will bring the rest of the community.
Thank you. This is in the stack of reports we have, which is my way of saying we don't need any more reports. You might be able to answer this. I think you can. in the 1970s and 80s, Cathedral and North Central were kind of at the same spot socioeconomically, at least north of 15th. Something was done in Cathedral that led to a particular trajectory of economic revitalization. North Central went a different path. So I'm curious, is it just a matter of reproducing what had happened in Cathedral 30 years ago, and instead of reinventing the wheel?
There are certainly some elements, but every neighborhood has a unique DNA. And so I think some of the aspects, general urban thought and planning and development have some sort of key elements. And as we continue to expand the field and start to really understand what works and what doesn't work, there are things that can carry forward and be very common from neighbor to neighborhood. When you get down to some of the more granular bits, then it becomes sort of embedded into the DNA. There certainly is some things that can be done. It is something that, while you can set the table, you cannot force someone to come. And it means that you have to be very thoughtful when you're setting the table. It's always interesting to watch what parts of neighborhoods will develop, what businesses will thrive where others doing the same work won't. And so there is this magical mix that takes people and culture and all of that sort of starts, it's the starter yeast for the lack of a better term. But you can put the things in place, the right zoning, the opportunities for ownership. One thing I neglected to mention is that a lot of cities are now seeing business ownership and building ownership in trusts. So you're expanding the opportunities. So the best we can do is set the table, take the information that we have, and you're right, everything has been studied forever. I have several hundred books in my office that all basically come down to the same conclusion. I don't think North Central needs a whole lot more study. I think North Central needs a whole lot more action.
Thank you, that's all I got.
Thanks, Bill. No one else seems to I'm teasing. I think your presentation and the reports you provided are fantastic. Would you do me a favor and explain how you and I met?
Yes. Never second guess some of your intuitions. My work with Carmichael Outreach and a number of other organizations has always had me thinking about affordable housing, homelessness, all of that. I always say that my time on the Carmichael board was like a master class in finding out exactly what I didn't know, and man, I did not know a lot. I learned a whole lot about it. And really my whole life has been spent studying affordable housing and homelessness. And I'd been working on something for the longest time, and I thought, I'm going to take a flyer and I'm going to send this to the mayor. What is she going to do? Tell me to take a hike? Lots of people tell me to take a hike. I'm used to it. I can live with it. Surprisingly, she called me back and said, explain this thing that you sent to me, this housing puzzle. And that's kind of what started the dialogue about affordable housing neighborhoods. We started talking about North Central and found out that we both have a strong desire and passion for the neighborhood, and it went from there. Now I spend a lot of my Saturdays getting to hang out with some absolutely wonderful guys. This group, man, this group. I cannot say enough about the people that I have met through the Growing Young Movers movement, and that it has been life transforming. My kids say, Dad, enough talking about these kids. You can brag on us once in a while, instead of saying, hey, you know what Jacob told me last time at Saturday? And so really it has been a journey that I've been fortunate to travel together. And yes, that's our origin story.
Council, I will share with you because I'm going to ask him a question here, but I'm going to share with you that by the end of that conversation, I asked him to volunteer for the Board of Directors of the Regina Housing Authority. By legislation, I'm the nominating committee, so he serves on the Regina Housing Authority. He didn't say no, like we signed you up before you could say no. And then I called him back and I showed him some of what we had been mapping and plotting, and when he looked at it, he went, do you remember what you said?
Oh, I'm in. Sign me up.
Yeah, it was, I'll stop everything to do this.
Yeah.
That's how I knew you'd spend Saturdays with me. I appreciate, we had, when you came back from the States to the Congress of New Urbanism, you brought me basically the binder on the recommendations, and so we had been working on some of the things. There's a dovetailing of the two, but I didn't want to steal Bill's, I didn't want to steal your agricultural process, which I loved anyways. Do you have anything else to add for council?
No, other than I thank you for the opportunity. And again, consider yourselves in a very fortunate position. Very seldom do councils have an opportunity to do something that no one else has ever done before. Take it, treasure it, use it, and I can't wait to go back in 10 years to my colleagues in the CNU and just brag the heck out of this city. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Council, we have a legislated break in 5 minutes. I'm going to suggest we do 15 and come back to finish off the motion, if that's good. If you want to grab, as opposed to take supper, let's just take a quick 15-minute break. Does that work? We'll come back at 10 after and finish this off. We're good? Thank you. Council, if I could welcome you back. Thanks to, so I'll just, before we call this back to order, Cheryl and John, thank you very much. They've been participating with us since about mid-November, December, and helping us out. Thank you. I'll call the meeting back to order. I think I have quorum. I do have quorum. You have a motion before you. In number 2, I just want to change the word coordinator because it turns out that's an actual title to a position. Okay. Okay. I apologize. Which one? Oh. Sorry, guys. We do have a communication on the motion. I just need a member of council to move to receive and file communication 24-9. Thank you. Councillor Stevens and Councillor Hawkins. Any opposed? Carried. We're considering item motion 24-3, North Central Neighborhood Revitalization. I'll introduce the motion. As I was saying, in point number 2, direct administration to appoint a city lead for North Central. I just want to replace the word coordinator. I wasn't aware that that's an actual positional title, and so I'm looking for a city lead on this. You see the motion before you. You've heard from some of the delegations of the folks that have been involved, and the written communication that you just received and filed was mine. I had shared with council previously and released to the public. The only thing I'll add before I ask for a seconder is that I provided the written communication to give much of the background for how this got here today, and it seemed to me that we had met sort of a crux in terms of empowering to move forward. And since I get to close off debate, I'm just going to let council ask any questions they want, and I just ask for a seconder. Councillor Stevens, and you're up.
Great, thank you. Maybe I'll just start with the business here, and I'm going to request that we add some substance to the motion by way of an amendment. I've shared this with Amber, I shared this with council. Basically what I've done is I've taken some of the recommendations from the mayor's report and elsewhere and proposing that we add it into the motion just for some clarification. I'll need a seconder before we can go ahead with that. If the, of course, yeah.
I'm willing to just add it to the motion.
Okay. Would it be possible to put it up there, Amber? Perfect, thank you. Maybe while that's happening, I think it goes without saying how needed this is in the city. I think a lot of work's been done. You could write a dissertation on the research that's available, so we don't really need to go back and reinvent the wheel. In the delegation submissions, there's incredible amounts of detailed research on the state of North Central. It's both historical and contemporary, and I think that kind of speaks for itself. Over at least a decade, we've seen a number of recommendations produced by the community. I think Bill hammered home this point, which is North Central residents are ready to go, and they have been for some time. I think it's worth noting that in this amendment, there's also a reflection on what the city is doing. I think what it also provides is a green light to continue doing that, and in part, that's a way of promoting the interventions that are happening, recognizing that they're of value and they need to continue, but also recognizing that, for instance, we need a lot more cooperation between departments. I think the city lead is part of that. In here, there's also a recognition of the importance of developing a land trust and a land bank. There's also, tethered to that, the need to connect our tax enforcement process with the capacity to title to property, put it in this land bank so we can start accumulating resources and property that we can then work on developing in partnership, as per the amendment, different interests. So for instance, collaborate with Indigenous-owned enterprises, leaders, and nations, our municipal land development entity, as we're going to discuss that later on, and to partner with other development companies to facilitate housing revitalization initiatives. So it's open, but I want to make sure that Indigenous nations, leaders, and enterprises are part of that. There's a community involvement piece to this. It formalizes recognition of the youth-led community engagement going forward, and as an educational tool for us, but also for staff who are on the ground. And I think that kind of goes without saying. I talk to staff who are 1,000 years ahead of us in terms of their engagement. So I think it's a recognition of what's happening and to ensure that continues. Recognizing the importance of the Housing Standard Enforcement Team, Building Standards Act, and so on. And where possible, to ensure that our enforcement processes are as robust as possible to deal with the serious issues in North Central. There's recognition of working with the RPS and other organizations to manage the public safety and well-being component, channeling philanthropic and private enterprise into public art, sports, development projects, and specific recognition of the South Saskatchewan Community Foundation as a potential partner. So this is not meant to be restricted, but pretty open-ended in terms of where we can go. I think for those of us who represent other neighborhoods that we might consider to be socioeconomically disadvantaged or in need, it's a terrible way of approaching it, but I'd say North Central might offer us an opportunity to create a framework which can be applied to Heritage and other neighborhoods. And I think it goes without saying how acute the need is here. So I don't want to marginalize other neighborhoods that have serious needs. I would say that the scope of the issue in North Central is severe and creates a platform to develop a process to handle other neighborhoods now and into the future. I might turn it over to administration for their comment and thoughts on the process and perhaps the motion as a whole.
Who would you like to start? Mr. Slater, yourself? You go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think they're all fantastic recommendations, and I think they're very exciting. I think the one thing I was just trying to quickly ask was from a resourcing perspective. I believe the motion is asking for one position, and I know that a lot of this would be like a working group. So I think that the added points are super clear and helpful, and I think I would just pass it over from a capacity issue to make sure that we can get this work done with one position.
I think through the chair, what we would say is, as you noted, Councillor Stevens, lots of this work is underway. I think what we're hearing today from council, if the motion passes, is the prioritization of North Central. I see this very much no different than our commitment to downtown. And so I think, yes, we need to appoint a lead to ensure that we're fulfilling the commitments that council is asking of us, but at the same time, obviously looking within internally of reprioritizing some pieces, getting some other people focused on bringing that together. And so again, I think, not ready to answer that today, but that's really, I think, what that looks like as part of the next steps on, how do we actually move this forward and be able to come back. I think it was in June or whatever that date was, to be like, here's actually what we've done in the next kind of 4-ish months on these pieces that you've asked of us.
Okay. That's helpful. Maybe to the mayor, because you've been doing a lot of the groundwork. Again, some of this is good work, so you keep going, doesn't require any other work. What's your sense of timeline? So in other words, there are things here like the land bank. What did you imagine in terms of time frames when we'd have a report back and say, here's the progress? Because there's a number of logistical factors here.
I think council there was a report that came to council with regard to tax title properties. And so I had asked Ms. Anderson, please hang on to those. Because normally our protocol is we take them in and we put them up for sale. And so where we could hang on to them, to hang on to them. And so appreciate that direction. I do call it my everything everywhere all at once with intention. And I appreciate what Ms. Anderson is saying. When Audra and I sat with her, I think in August or September of this year, we had sort of whiteboarded all the city work that was being done or could be done or needed to be coordinated. And she just sat there and went, okay, this is more than one person. I think I want to note that LEFAM has been working on this with me since 2022. I'm pretty sure it's why Audra Young came to the city. She's been lead on it. Dave Slater got pulled in when Audra, when that transfer happened. Dave Slater was in like a dirty shirt from the get-go. When you tie it into community safety and well-being and the Building Safer Community funds, and then all of that other work that gets coordinated, part of that city lead job is just to make sure that it's filtering into the other departments, that when you're going to plan for work in North Central for 2024, we want to know about what's happening this year. But the planning process for 2025, which starts this summer, that it actually, we're involved in involved in the planning of it, so that you can center in around, if we're looking at creating safe corridors, clean, welcoming spaces, kind of generated out from those schools in Mumway-Atherton Center, that if there's 16 sidewalks that need to be done, if you were going to start over here, instead start over here. It's kind of that coordination of work. So the land bank piece, I think we can keep working on, and it's not just the city we're talking to. We've talked to financial institutions in terms of partnership. We've talked to other levels of government in terms of partnership. So I think we can get there. We've been talking about that land trust idea, so I think we continue to explore that. We've spoken with some lawyers about how to set that up, and now with Ms. Williams here, I think it can just work out perfectly. And what we're asking of administration is to kind of weave in and out on the work around North Central, but it is a priority. I know we'd given the kids they'll come back in 4 months because they're going to have a park plan that they're going to want to ask for resources in following budget years. Because where Bill has been really focused, I'm speaking for you now, is that it is, and it was his idea to focus in a park because it would activate, it would connect community, it could be seen as that one thing you could look at and go, holy cow, like something's happening while you're doing while everyone else is doing their job and doing everything else. And so there's pieces of it when you think, I don't know, 15 departments, that every department probably touches North Central to a certain degree, and really being intentional about that. Community safety, wellbeing, and Mumway-Atherton Center, that's a whole nother piece that is being busily worked on. Community safety and wellbeing offers us support on the safety measures, the food security, and all of that. And so it really starts to dovetail and kind of gets woven in together. And I just have faith in everybody we've come across. Lori Shaley and her team showing up. Eric DeWall has been showing up for a number of months, where everybody's sort of getting it onto everyone's radar about how integrated this needs to be, and intentional, and that idea of reporting back out in a clear and open, transparent way. So if the kids are coming back in 4 months, I'm going to tell you, I'm probably going to be back in 4 weeks with something, because we have, hey, here's an idea around we need a motion of council for. And we'll continue to do that and commit to doing that. Clearly, the resource asks sometimes get pushed into future budget years. But if administration is going, we're doing this work, and so this is about that kind of collaboration piece, both internally and externally, I actually think there's we build some skills, to your point about transferring it out. So I think on the land bank, I think we're actually kind of started it already in some respects. And then just keep building those relationships. The idea of kind of coming public, getting the endorsement of council, was to legitimize, when I'm talking to other levels of government, that we're authorized to work out the details of potentials, no different than potential financial institutions and those types of things. I'm not sure. Did I answer your question? See, this is why I didn't introduce this.
You have a lot of work to do, but there's a lot of work being done, so that's good. I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Thanks. Does any other member of council have any questions? Councilor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on the timeline, if any, for the establishment of a community land trust. Which is essentially if we unambiguously said, yes, we want C and we want it as soon as practicable, how soon would that be, through the chair?
Can I, are
Please.
you okay if I answer, please? Part of it, and again, this is, we've been talking about it for a while. The best land trusts are community-led, and so in some respects, a land trust might be more of a facilitative method for us in terms of really ensuring that we're protecting and building, as Mr. Nair has pointed out. And so I think we start on that idea right away and figure out where we facilitate and how we facilitate. There will be the idea of rent-to-own, pathways to home ownership. We're well on our way on that one in terms of some of the assets. But the idea is, where do you position it? Because if you think about it on a block-by-block basis, where is the opportunity where you can concentrate? We had the idea that, gosh, if you could get 50% kind of control, so to speak, of a block to actually repopulate it, get funky with urban design and pocket parks and back and all of that kind of stuff, that we hold. So you want pathways to home ownership, you want pathways to, that deeply affordable housing, and at the same time, not unlike a rapid housing initiative, pursuing those options for the intergenerational that you heard, and so it's a bit of a multitude. So I would say, if you empower us, it's right out of the gates, that we start figuring out who is involved in that. It should be community governed, but that's really where the part of the role is from the city perspective and the mayor's perspective, is how do you facilitate, who do you convene, how do you get there? Is that fair?
Yeah, no, that makes good sense. And I guess I'm trying to get a sense of the mechanism of it. So I've never set up a trust, but is it you declare the trust and then you appoint trustees and we infuse the community-led nature by appointing trustees from community, or what's the mechanism of ensuring community accountability then?
Through the mayor, I'd say that's still work that we have to do, but what I would say is that the mayor, we've increased what we're taking as properties. So I'm just quickly looking at the numbers. So with the Tax Enforcement Act in 21 and 22, we did not take title to any properties in North Central. In 2023, we took 3 properties, and with the renewed focus on North Central in 2024 to date, we've already taken 5 properties. So that's like a 65% increase, and we're only 6 weeks into the new year. So what I know for sure is that we have to have land to develop a community land trust. So we haven't really gone super far down the path yet of the mechanisms of what it is. We wanted to frankly make sure we had some inventory as a first step.
Thank you. And then I just want to clarify, maybe to the movers and then to administration for reflection, is as I read the recommendations we're speaking about, recommendations 16 through 18 speak about ways to get land into the land trust. 16 is tax enforcement. 17 is if a bank forecloses on a property in North Central, negotiate getting it. 18 is get some of Sask Housing Authority's stock. I only see 16 reflected in here, which is the tax enforcement, not the foreclosure and the housing authority route. I guess I'm asking the mayor and Councillor Stevens, am I reading that right? And was that intentional? And then I'll ask administration, what do you think of that essentially?
I think when you're looking for the cooperation of third parties, as long as the empowerment is, we'd like a land bank and we'd like a land trust, that is the intention, and those have been on conversations that we've been having. And so if that's the signal that we really like this idea of whether it's land banking to ensure we've got the product to flip into a land trust or to put into rent-to-own ownership, because you'd have 2 pathways, that's the work that we would go about negotiating.
And then, yeah, maybe just to administration for response, if there is one, is essentially, what do you think of incorporating recommendations 17 and 18 from this delegation, which is negotiating cases of foreclosure to bring it into the land bank and negotiate with Sask Housing to bring some of it into the land bank or land trust? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I would say I think that's fine to add in. What I would say is I think we should be prioritizing through our tax enforcement, like those should be the priorities of in ways we're going to actually start building the land trust. I think always acknowledging, do we need to look at the banks or like other corporations to actually get further? And so that's just what I would say from a clarity perspective. The priority should be for things that we have within our jurisdiction as a city.
Thank you. So I support the recommendation, I support the notice of motion rather as amended. I would, and I put it to the mayor and Councillor Stevens as the movers, I would ask if you think an amendment to point B is needed to incorporate the recommendations and the work consistent with them in 17 and 18. And if so, I'm happy to put forward language in that way, and if not, I'm happy to hear that too.
You essentially want us to pursue all opportunities for bringing land into the land bank or land trust.
That's right.
Okay. Like, can we say that?
I think so.
Okay. You good with that? Are you good with that? Okay. I think that doesn't limit us then to, otherwise from a prescriptive basis.
Yeah, that's great. And then maybe just one final comment, just for the purpose of meeting and ratifying it later, is just on point D, unless I'm reading it wrong, which I am. Yeah, that all looks good. I'm in favor. Thank you.
Councilor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So, so this is a great piece of work, but it's also, I think, also a huge, huge motion, lots of work to be done. So the question I asked to administration, and I think Councillor Stevens asked it, like, who's going to be doing this work? Is there, like, how will that work be done? And I know that we've also got, I think there's city staff, and Mr. Slater, I would ask that just, we also have some city staff and working with the Mamawaita and all that kind of stuff in this regard. Where do you see we get the staff, or how would this work? I would just like to understand that. Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I can speak specifically to Mamawaita. Of course, it's owned by 3 different parties, so it's an integrated shared facility owned by school, library, and city, so we all certainly have a role to play within that facility, and decisions on services, programs are made collaboratively. If the city has ideas and suggestions, which we do, because we're actively working on implementing our Building Safer Communities plan, as well as our Community Safety and Wellbeing plan. And Mamawaita is frequently noted as a community hub that needs to continue to be accessed and activated at all hours of the day. So we make those decisions collaboratively as a team, and certainly having access to youth who have lived in North Central, who have attended the programs, who have offered the programs, is, you know, I think makes our decisions easy, actually.
Through the chair, so I guess I would say probably since the last couple years, I know I myself and a few other councillors, when there was people that did come to council, and was raised that the Mama Waiton also needed better programs for the youth that were there. And I kept hearing, well, there's changes being made. There were, you know, and I'm not sure if changes have been made, but I guess to the point, is it going to take this motion to get those changes in place to activate, to get those kind of supports there for the youth that when this was originally proposed, that was one of the main purposes of this, the whole Mama Waiton, was that whole coming together piece.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll say this this motion is fantastic and speaks more, it's more robust and includes other aspects within North Central.
Mm-hmm.
The function of Mama and Mama Waiton and the services and programs, that's our everyday business, and what we have work ongoing. I noted the Building Safer Communities plan that specifically notes the evolving programs and services within that space. So we know that. We know that the team has done excellent work at Mama Waiton over the years, but you know, I would say our responsibility as public servants is to continue to listen to community through consultation, which we do. And when community tells us that things should change or we should add new initiatives, new programs, we listen to that, and we're actively doing that right now.
Okay, thank you. So I get back to just the question of what kind of resources would be needed. And is that kind of going to come back to us, or I guess Ms. Anderson, or who, because this is a huge undertaking. How will this be done?
Through Mayor Masters, I think, it's one of those things, like my head is already creating a project plan, and I would say I sent Ms. Bam a project plan for about 3 of these just today, and so I think that my main concern is frankly making sure that it's super clear, understanding what we're being resourced with, and then once we kind of go away and you know, work on the actual project plan, just hoping that if additional resources are needed, that would be a conversation that we could have. And then I'll just take the opportunity to say on the my bigger concern of clarity of the motion. Administration has a recommendation that for G, we say pursue instead of negotiate, because we don't necessarily want to negotiate. Sometimes we look at things and know that we don't want to negotiate anything further on them. So pursuing would be great.
Yeah, perfect. I do support this. I think it's work that needs to be done. I think we were trying to piecemeal many different things through, you know, different types of motions that came forward with council. And I know Councillor Stevens has done tons of work in North Central in last term as well as this term. So I think I commend both of you for taking this forward, and the youth that came forward as well. And I look forward to the next steps, to hearing kind of what is anticipated. And communication, I would just say, council, I think, is imperative and ongoing, rather than just a motion of what the need is. I guess the question is, that could be a takeaway, that council is briefed on this as a whole, not just to a few. But I wholeheartedly support that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stanicek, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I support this and the amendments. I've been very impressed by all of the work that's been happening on it. Just my question, and it's probably to the mayor, is when Mr. Nair was talking about the corridor, the Fifth Avenue corridor, and that kind of importance, I do know that there are some urban reserves within the area of North Central, but they're not necessarily in the business corridor of Fifth Avenue. So I'm wondering if I'm sure there's been a lot of discussions with them in terms of their future plans and development, because there are some things have happened, but there's more plans. So I'm just sort of wondering where they fit into this whole conversation in terms of providing some economic stimulus as well for the whole area.
Thank you, Councillor Stanicek. Yeah. Both Piapot First Nation and Cowessess First Nation. Cowessess First Nation was here last year, I believe, where we sold the alley to them. They have control of the entire block. So given that it's on Albert Street is a major urban corridor, and we've supported with letters for different levels of funding. We've met with Piapot over the last few years about opportunities that they may or not pursue. What I think is that by going in and looking at the entirety of the neighborhood, it actually helps them with either the decisions of how they want to invest next, but it actually helps support their businesses as well. Right. Because if there's more folks living in North Central going to their centers of economics, that works really well for them. And then, I mean, the way it's supposed to work is you have humans in a neighborhood, and then businesses respond with providing services. And so if we can get just some of that housing stabilized and some folks out of tenuous rental positions, then they're just going to be more stable, which then makes the economics of what they do more stable.
Okay. Great. That's it. Thanks again for all the work.
Thanks, Councillor Stanicek. Councillor Fundura, you're on a clock.
Quick. Okay. F and H. So question on F and H. We're talking about housing standard enforcement team, act on distress and dilapidated unit of buildings. We know that enforcement is long and expensive. Now continuing focus on demolition, that's long and expensive. I'm focusing back into HIP. I've asked that question when we debated HIP, is that there is no, maybe I'm wrong, there is no support in, so we're talking about, and I heard a quick comment about landlords. It seems like we throw things and names at landlords, where in a HIP, there is no support. For instance, if a house gets damaged through rental, whatever, the landlords are on their own. They're boarded up, it's costly. And I heard from administration saying is that plans are in works to look at that aspect of HIP, that aspect of affordable housing. What are we trying to accomplish with that? I know that we have stopped, well, we haven't, no. So my comment is that HIP does not help. No. Let's say those 500 houses that are boarded up. Our enforcement is long, expensive, so we spend a lot of money going in circles for years, appeal after appeal. We're not getting there. We tend to put a label on it, on the landlords. There's a lot of them are great, there's a few of them are not. What are we trying to accomplish with that F and the H? When
So-
in the relationship of the North
Okay, so
Central?
the Housing Standard Enforcement Team, and Ms. Anderson, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that didn't, like, it wasn't active when Ms. Anderson joined. The Housing Standard Enforcement Team, under the Building Standards Act, allows significant powers to the city to go in on housing standards. And so your experience over the last 15 years, yeah, I bet you're frustrated because it actually hasn't been active. And so Ms. Anderson has restructured, Mr. DeWall is in charge of, but this is the point in terms of Ms. Williams gets involved here to fully understand the enforcement allowed and the rules allowed under the Housing Standard, the Building Standards Act, and what, not to put words in your mouth, Councillor Stevens, but Councillor Stevens' point, which is we actually have legislative authority to significantly play in this in a way that you probably haven't experienced in the last 10 years, and to get real about that. And in terms of the continued focused demolition of unsafe properties, Ms. Anderson, do you remember the number in the budget for this?
The dollar amount that we
Was it- yeah.
have, I don't remember the
Was it
actual
$1 million?
dollars.
Through the chair, because of the way that we deal with the it goes on the tax roll, so essentially we increase, I can't remember the exact words of the implication, or like in the debt that we
Got
would
it.
hold on, like into the city because of the demolitions and the way that process.
So we would call it an accounts receivable essentially because we've attached the $30,000 it took to knock the house down onto the tax roll. And if there's consideration for waiving that tax, that would come back before council. Have I got that right?
Yeah, and it's tied to a dollar amount. And one of the things that I've asked to be analyzed right now is what that, again, if you want to call it accounts receivable, is, because on my initial investigation, I think it's at around $2 million. And so one of the things that we'll bring forward is frankly like the total cost of, so it's not just the cost of demolition, but again, often you demolish and then the land value is actually less than what they owe, and so then there's no incentive to pay taxes, and then they're incurring interest. So we actually, that's part of what we will be looking at through this.
Okay, so that's just the final, is then legal costs would climb then, because there'll be appeals after appeals that we've done them before. So are you saying to me, Mayor, that what we're looking at going forward, it's going to change, it's going to make it easier, it's going to be less expensive, costly, and so if we make this goal, and again, I'm pointing to the HIP, I'm pointing to some of the things that we are, I know we're talking about the same thing, but walking different paths here, is that we got nonprofits, we've got private, all, but there's a source of what we have of, let's say, 300-400 boarded up houses. We're not going there till maybe later. I'm hearing that. There'll be some review that we might be talking about helping to restore those, the houses that have been damaged or being boarded up.
No, that's not what we're saying at all. But honestly, John, I can't tell you all of these details. I
Okay.
think that the city has done a good job in the last year of knocking 28 of these burnt out unsalvageable properties up. And there's a cost of doing business to that.
Okay.
But in terms of the procedure, if there's no more resources needed, we'll come back and ask for them.
Yeah, and I would just say as evidence of a lot of it frankly is on focus and prioritization. So housing demos in North Central, in 22, there was 22 demolitions. In 23, there was 43. So again, like 95% increase of demolitions in 1 year because we focused on it.
Okay. I'm good.
Excellent. I don't see other, I'm just gonna double check, Lennon hasn't got his hand up, okay. Oh, Councilor Mancinelli.
I really strongly support this. Looking at it, how well thought out it is, the delegates that came by to speak, the information outlaid, and it's my privilege to support this, actually. Thank you for all the work. It's great work. I don't know how to fix all of society's problems, but these are actionable items, and in all the time I sat here, it's not often I can see actions leading somewhere so clearly. in a neighborhood that's been talked about throughout Canada. And yeah, it's excellent work, and it's my privilege to support it.
Councillor Mancinelli. To close off debate so we can get you folks home. I just want to reiterate again that when we've been plugging away and testing ideas that we had, you heard one of them with Mr. Nair where I was poking away, what do you think about this? When we've been testing ideas, you know, I will tell you that there are a number of really dedicated city staff and city leadership who have supported this without a vote of council, who already think it's really important. I think in terms of neighborhood, we saw an opportunity if we were applying for an aquatic center when we were in Toronto and went to visit Regent Park, which is a revitalized neighborhood. The investment in civic infrastructure was one of those triggering things, and I said, well, they built the pool, and we want to build a pool, and how do we use this as new investment in North Central and continue leaps, because it seems like we had the province and ourselves invest in some really nice new schools and civic centers, but we sort of, you drop it and then it's on to the next project. I think that based upon just all the conversations I have, I think there's just a ton of people who are interested in partnership, who are interested, you know, Councillor Mancinelli, to your point, in the action. I go back when Councillor Stevens in passing said to me one day, hey, if you're looking at things to do, you should focus in here. I said, I just needed another month and then I would start that focus, and that was a couple years ago. I think what's important to understand, though, is that part of where, when the Indigenous framework was brought forward and there was a comment made about you have to go to community will tell us. And one of the things I think we all get a little frustrated by is everyone has relationships out in community, but sometimes the city lacks those relationships. The change is built in relationship, though. It's about building trust. It's about trying to do the things that you all agree need to be done. You need to own where we failed, whether it was intentional or not. I think we have a real opportunity to continue to build relationships through these incredible young people who on some Saturday mornings really don't want to come and hang out with the mayor and Mr. Nair and Audra, and we're bossy and we're taskmasters, and they just are all in with us. And beyond them and through them, we can build relationship with communities and with organizations and with other levels of government. I do have faith that change can happen. Jacob and I have a bet. If we stay centered in the fact that we don't have all the answers. You know, we've got ideas, and even since talking about this or putting the motion up, I got people coming at me with ideas. We've got ideas based on feedback. We've got ideas based in youth and in other experts, and we're going to get more ideas. And I'll put Tyrone Perot's email out, so if you have ideas about North Central, you can have them there. But we will not be able to do everything. This is to what Mark Nuevo was saying. This is ambitious and this is years long. But we can literally do. We can also advocate, and we can build those relationships, and we can create and seize opportunity, and we can do something. And right now, that's pretty much everything. So I appreciate support for the motion. Thanks for sticking out what became a long day when the agenda probably looked short. And I'm going to ask clerks to start the vote.
This is Councillor Moll in favor.
You're on.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thanks to council. Real quick, Councilor Mancinelli, since you're present, and now you're acting deputy mayor, we're going to consider the following bylaws, 24-3, 5, 6, and 7. I will ask acting deputy mayor Mancinelli to do the first reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk, that bylaws 24-3, 5, 6, and 7 be introduced and read a first time.
Clerk, can you start the vote?
This is Councillor Moore. Can you hear me?
We can, sir.
In favor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the first reading of the bylaws carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2024-3, 5, 6, and 7 be read a second time.
Thank you very much. Does any member of council have any questions? Even if I did, I wouldn't ask them. Seeing none, clerks, please start the vote.
In favor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the second reading of the bylaw carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thanks very much. Acting Deputy Mayor, can you please do consent for third reading?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that council hereby consent to bylaws number 2024-3, 5, 6, and 7, going to third reading at this meeting.
Thanks very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Councillor Moore in favor.
I appreciate you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, consent for third reading is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thanks very much. Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, please do final reading of the bylaws.
I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaws 2024-3, 5, 6, and 7 be read a third time.
Thanks very much. Clerk, please start the vote.
In favor, Councillor Moore.
He knows his job.
Through you, Mayor Masters, third reading of the bylaws carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Can I get a motion to adjourn? Yeah, okay, there you go. Councillor Stadnichuk is seconder. Any opposed? Done. Thank you, council, for sticking it out. Good evening.